welcome everybody to our show already in progress. Tonight is a discourse
Regular
night.
Progresso.
What?
I said regular and Progresso.
So loud.
He's heard herself burp on stream.
Sans, hi,
Oh.
welcome.
No, go away.
I'm making a General Grievous right now.
Nice.
Mm.
You killed that person. I watched it.
It's true, it happened. It's now
It's okay.
memorialized on YouTube forever.
What do you think the over/under on YouTube is, like longevity-wise?
What's an what do you help me
Like,
understand what
how
you mean
many
by
years is it
over/under?
gonna live?
How many years is it going to live?
Yeah. You think
Uh,
100 more years of YouTube? Do you think there's gonna be something that makes it go away?
100 more years of YouTube, Morty.
That's awful.
Oh, that's a weird thing to ask. Why do you want
I
to see
mean-
YouTube die so bad?
You're the one who is assuming I want to see it die. I'm just curious how long it's gonna last.
I know, I'm just making fun.
Me and my friends were talking about how Netflix started with that whole you rent the CD thing and then send it back before it became a streaming service.
Right?
Think
Red box.
what YouTube's gonna do? What's gonna outtube the YouTube?
OutTube.
Outtube, Me Too.
I think
Oh yeah, the Me Too movement.
the big thing is that they are now owned by a company that has survived several versions of the internet. What YouTube
True.
will probably have to do is just continue to evolve,
True.
and then it will survive. If it does not evolve, that would be very weird, because if Google can't redefine itself in some way to keep themselves relevant, then I think anybody should fear making a company on the internet. If they can't survive, everybody's at risk.
Yeah.
So you think it's an immortal company now? There's nothing that could stop it.
No, I didn't say nobody could stop it. I think they need to be able to stop themselves by innovating in the wrong direction, listening to the wrong things, getting owned by the wrong person, something like that. If that makes sense. I don't think anybody's going to usurp them at this point. They'll need to do something stupid.
Unless they like join a coup against the country that fails or something weird like that.
Yeah, it'd need to be a big misstep. Somebody steps in and does major espionage, or tries to run a mafia ring through them or something.
I mean, they kind of have before. Like, there's been weird stuff with YouTube, but it usually doesn't fall back on YouTube, from what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yeah, look, can you believe someone did this on YouTube? It's like, yeah, I can believe they posted murder porn on there. They got rid of it real quick.
Oh, Jam makes a good point. What if Google has to sell YouTube because of an antitrust ruling? That's true.
Ah.
If they're smart, though, they'll know that ahead of time, and they'll splinter. Right? If you really feel like you're going to be broken in some way, then do it first. Take charge. They just lost a huge antitrust ruling this week. Interesting.
Stuart, you ready?
It
Yeah,
probably
sorry.
relates so little to their actual work, their actual revenue. Chaotic, hello and welcome. Haiti, would you ever consider growing your own legumes and other hard-shelled seeds as a small business? Call it D's Nuts. We have some legumes growing right now, as a matter of fact. So D's Nuts are right outside.
Are they cold?
They're comfortable.
How do they feel in the hand?
They're nestled in soil right now. I would not recommend cupping them in the hand. They might die.
Oh, do you want to play as Emma?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
They're not
I was
huge
doing
right now.
it
They're still
simply
growing.
for the quest that I need to get one more kill with her.
Here, I'll strange until you get the kill.
Okay.
I was doing it just to get some of those done too. I'm like, I'll do it this time.
Yeah, I get you.
Plus another tank that I can put under my belt if I can learn.
Yeah.
Of the raid, holy shit! I'm at 51. Oh my god! Hi.
51 what?
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the back.
Oh, it's a Phasmo thing.
Oh,
Life energy is.
I will bring. I was born to change humanity. For
Is that
Got
my
her
affiliate?
that time.
I believe that was. Good stuff. Good stuff. Please go send Chaotic some love. He's one of our favorite degenerates here. Oh, they're right outside our door. Well, hello.
They don't.
I am at your service.
Somebody is so far ahead right now.
it's me.
It's Haley.
Oh.
I was like, I'm stressed. I'm stressed. I can't heal somebody.
I feel
No, you're fine. I don't know what I'm doing. That's okay.
You just, yeah, you fine.
Psst.
Got their Wanda.
healing power.
How long will it take you to regenerate this time? These robotic spiders won't be an issue.
The cosmos heals you.
Oh my. They're coming at the back ranks.
I made a portal into the back room of their spawn.
Good. That they deserve that. Trouble and welcome. Kind of surprised that
Spider creatures.
it's not saying I resubbed today.
The cosmos heals you.
Usually a week apart from the resub when it pops back up. That's so weird. It's Twitch and you have a strange relationship.
The aid I required. Quantum magic.
Oh, you're gonna it's spider time with no nest. Not a great look. Well, welcome. Sorry, it's been weird for you. I don't know what else to say with Twitch. It's been
I'm just trying to distract their
Never miss.
people by making them turn around.
did it work?
Foes have arrived.
Kind of.
I'm surprised they weren't able to capitalize on me killing 3 of them on the point.
I'm gonna switch.
No more spiders to worry about. Healing power.
Hey.
Good dive. Oh, nice. Good combo there.
What's wrong, Doug?
Thank you for the self-care. Toady, hi and welcome.
Mom right as the mail.
Toady, I will have to take care of that outside of this match.
I have risen.
Mine's not a bot. Twitch just likes to say I sub 2 to 3 times a month for some reason. Yeah, it's not a resub bot. Troa is just...
The cosmos heals.
If this were a Facebook relationship, it would say it's complicated. But it's all Twitch's fault.
I feel better already.
I think they just know how important Troa is to Twitch, and they treat him weird as a result.
I think this is your trigger. I know.
She's so weird to play.
Sorry.
don't know why I'm bothering with Captain America. He's wasting our time.
Well, he's killing me.
Well, if we continue to ignore everybody else, he will waste the rest of our time here.
I got my ult up. I'm gonna wait for the rest of the crew to respawn.
Eric's playing for me real quick, so.
Hi, honey.
He can't hear you because I'm using my headphones.
Damn. Twitch is special. Twitch is so dear and so special. I hope one day they become a bigger company and get the funding they need to do great things with their code. That was just a complete shutout.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome. Soft open. For those of you that are seeing me for the first time, my name is Damian Halme. I'm a professional disruptor. Tonight, we're having a discourse night, which will be probably immediately following these multiplayer matches. Everybody who was ending stream
Yes,
or not streaming tonight really wanted to be a part of something.
Showing you appreciation.
So I popped in real quick to play some multiplayer before we dive into the discourse. The discourse topic tonight is if you are committed to making changes in your life, how do you commit those changes? What?
Who's the leader?
About you
It's
Brittany,
bitch.
Oh, he can't hear us.
succeeds? Is it because you're Brittany? What about you? What strategies have you done that have helped you to succeed in
I didn't know. I got scared. I thought there was
committing
a cat
live
behind me,
change
and it was just my robe.
and then keeping it that way
I went to
so
go
that you're
pet the
permanently
cat, and it was
changed?
just the robe.
Or are you here to get new tips and tricks from other
Teresa,
people
do you wish
because
I had
you've
thighs
tried
like
to
that?
change your ways hundreds of times, it just doesn't stick? In which case, welcome to probably the bigger boat.
Sure.
Yeah.
I forgot to do
Super not.
that self-care thing. Whoops.
How dare.
We'll get there. Solo heals, I can do that. Just have to be the right person.
If it's getting too rough, I'll switch back to Strange.
Oh, good. We don't want you to feel like you're squished into a corner because of us.
I still have fun with him. I'm just doing it because the game tells me I have to get stuff.
Jam says, I think most people are a mix of both, trying to change and succeeding some places, failing others, or like also don't want to change. Chaotic says, bed calls. Hope y'all have some lovely games and a lovely stream. Love your face. Hope everything's good in your world. Thank you. Thanks for popping in.
Hopefully you have good dreams.
And good
This
dreams.
is probably
Yeah.
gonna be my last one personally.
Okay.
Same.
I just so low in energy.
I have an energy drink I can give you. It's called a Red Bull.
I am so good.
I really don't think you can give that to her. I have
It might
doubts.
actually explode. It might actually hurt my heart.
Well, not just that, but I have doubts that Stuart can get it to you.
I never saw how fast. I just have to Uber eat it to you.
Well, if it was a completely unrelated comment, i.e., you could get it to her, but that has nothing to do with the fact that she mentioned that she was low on energy, then I guess that's okay. Oh, jeez.
Hey, I
Step on me
killed
more,
the
mommy.
Wanda.
Able to change some things, but never everything.
Oh, her shield is so weird.
It really is. It's kind of hard to get used to.
It's weird that it's not being consistently put up like Strange's. Like the cooldown is just rough.
Nice.
Stop getting out of line of sight. I think being able to commit lasting change is something you either know or you don't, and the things that you can't change are more like immutable characteristics, perhaps. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some people really can fix certain things about themselves, but not others. Oof. I don't struggle with large sweeping changes. Once I decided on the course, I'm pretty much set. It's getting to the point of making the decision where I tend to be slower, but that's rarely an issue. Making the decision to change slower. Anybody in here, in this little room back here? Aren't you guys precious? Oh, they killed me right through my ult goo. I think everything pace-wise when you get older is slower anyways, including change. So I don't see a problem with changing tempo. Domino's decided to release a stuffed crust pizza for the first time and I'm trying it. You have to let us know.
It's okay, I hear.
Just okay.
No, that we to help him. Yeah. I'm finding out I am less self-sufficient as Emma as I would be with a. Oh, I can't do my shield. As I would be with a strange. Like I can't dive deep as I normally would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Touch the butt. Touch the butt.
Trying.
I'm trying
So-
to, but White Sox got me.
When I ult, should I be in my diamond form?
I don't think so. But I actually legitimately don't have any idea.
I'm making a journey.
For example, I decided to move to Washington. It took me about 2 years to make that decision, but once I did, it was just a done deal and process. I would say too, the option to move once you've got all the logistics figured out is it has to be done. You commit. You have to commit by the nature of the beast. It's still Domino's pizza, so take that into consideration, but the crust is good? Good question mark. Be worth trying. Crusts are usually my least favorite part of cheap pizza companies. So if the crust is better, they probably have figured it out.
What do you
Rest of
guys
it's
usually
fine.
consider being pescatarians?
What?
What do we put on our pizzas?
Yeah, what is your preferred pizza?
I like it loaded with just about everything, really, except meat.
Yeah. I like, you know, olives, mushrooms, spinach, jalapenos, onions.
If a menu board offers it on a pizza and it's not made of a mammal, chances are I will be happy with that on my pizza. Pretty
What about
much
chicken?
everything. What?
What about the chicken?
Okay, we don't eat chicken either. I forgot that some people put other weird meats on there.
It's usually like chicken sausage.
Yeah.
What about pepperoni? That's not real meat.
No, it's just
Pepperoni.
conglomerate meat.
Pepperoni's still mammal.
I know, I'm being...
Like all off slices.
My stomach doesn't
You're being
discriminate pizzas.
persistent.
Exactly.
I'm personally a pepperoni, garlic, mushroom,
Strong dog.
and
Nothing, no.
yeah, pepperoni, mushroom, garlic.
Mom riders the mail.
Toady, I know I haven't answered your first self-care, but now you're two self-cares deep. I don't know what to do about that.
Maybe you should care for yourself.
Nah.
No.
Not, it's not that. I don't know what it was going to be, but not that one.
Brother Jeff. I'm wearing a Jeff shirt right now.
Nice.
Good stuff.
It's like the Three Wolves shirts, but Jeff.
It's such a cute shirt.
Oof.
Yeah, I get oofed sometime too.
Yeah. This guy's Captain America's name is Right Sock Only. I'm so confused, but intrigued.
It
Yeah,
might be a
Red Sox
Rooster
only.
Teeth reference.
Oh, okay. I'm less excited about that then.
There's a thing where I forget what it is. Someone always pulls out the right sock. Like he's like, it's really weird. I keep grabbing randomly, and it's always the right sock.
How do you
Gotcha.
differentiate the right sock and the left sock?
The
Yeah.
socks they would
I-
sell were
that-
specifically for right and left feet. They would have little R and L's on them.
I think that's also part of the joke too, right? So it's something that you normally don't differentiate.
Yeah. But that question was actually asked of him by people who worked for the company. Like, why the fuck? Well, how do you know? And they no, it's one of those stupid socks.
I mean, the Namor is named Wet Sox Only,
Oh, there you go.
which is fitting for Namor, you know, under the feet.
I don't get it. How's it fitting?
Bitch. No.
Toady says the
big
right sock
Noah.
stays on. Nice.
Finally.
Contact lens. Goodbye.
It
Yeah.
does kind of look like a contact lens.
Yeah, that's what we've been colloquially calling it.
I just never paid attention.
Bolting in.
I never know when I should be shooting at Captain America or not.
Generally, if there's anyone else alive that you have an angle on, shoot them.
I mean, even if because he was at like no health, I'm like, I don't know if it's gonna reflect at me
Oh,
or if it's
Darn,
not
I
gonna-
couldn't
who
get in
pushed
that
her?
corner.
Oh, it was the rando. I was hiding behind a column, and our invisible woman pushed Scarlet Witch, and then I wasn't behind the column from her anymore, and I died to her ult. Killed by a teammate push.
I keep getting their healers, but everyone else keeps getting me afterwards.
Yeah,
Touch point.
I'm on it. Where are
It's
their
a
healers?
Oz can't leave on a loss.
Cannot leave on a loss, huh? Loss, huh?
Yeah,
We'll see about that.
Haley, I'm gonna need you to hit square immediately.
No, because I'm leaving too.
Haley,
I'm
I'm still gonna
definitely
need you to hit
staying.
square immediately.
That's it. Did we win a match tonight? Or was that just a string of loss?
No, we won one.
We won one, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna blame Stuart
Haley
for
and I did.
Oh, okay. So, the rest of us, it was a string of losses. I blame Stuart.
Yeah, smart.
Entirely.
Or we just won one before Stuart got on.
Mr. JFL, hi and welcome.
I thought you said Mr. J. Kind of like the Joker.
Mr. J. Somebody used to
I'm
call.
Joker, baby.
Somebody used to call all of my coworkers by different superhero nicknames. It was endearing, except I don't know those most of those. The vast majority of comic book stuff that I've gleaned is from this game. It's like, oh, the one thing I can glean from this coworker is you're really into comic books.
Alright, guys. As much as I would like to stick around and try to get a win. I also know that I am deeply cutting into my sleep time. So.
Sounds good.
Same.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Have a
I
good
will see you soon.
We miss you already.
Good night.
Good night.
I will most likely be leaving myself.
Sounds good. Good night, everybody.
Else.
All right. I am going to take Toady up on those self-cares ziz. In order for me to do that, I forgot that the one thing I didn't do was refill my water. I have water. It's not enough for 2 triple self-cares. So I'm going to take a quick brief AFK, grab myself some hydration, and then we will continue on with the topic of the night. The topic du jour, if you will. So, be back in just a bit.
I wonder if somebody clips what is going on. Will my voice stay deep? Or will everything like unphase itself? Makes you
deep for you.
See, but you have to hit a button to do that. I've got perma deep.
Oh, I've had. That's what she said.
Yikes! Are you guys joining on me or what?
Really don't matter. Hey! Thanks for the cheer. That's my tiny that you heard in the sound alert, by the way. Hopefully the sound alerts are going off all right. If you heard a sound play, that's my tiny saying wow.
Really?
Yeah. I have both the
so
tiny.
Sad I missed it.
Oh, seriously? Thank you.
I have you muted.
Thank you for the.
Whenever I see these guys, I'm going to try to take as much PP as I can. No, I will not stop saying it that way. Welcome. I didn't even put on clothes. I just, we're robing it tonight. Robe is clothes, so I'm clothed, but with robe. And I encourage you to do the same. Be comfy tonight. Comf it up.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Welcome. Wow. I am so in the stratosphere today. I have returned. Welcome back, everybody. I will embark on Toadie's self-care at this moment. Thanks for being here. That means twice the hydration, twice the stretch, twice the posture checking. Can you check posture twice as hard? Maybe. Topic, long-lasting change. It's true. Welcome, Ms. Teresa. April Staff Book Club, Atomic Habits. Can we expand on that? What's the April Staff Book Club? Is that something that you're part of a book club, you're reading something in April, and it's called Atomic Habits? I have that book, probably not a good sign that I've never opened it up. Maybe you need to start with creating good lifelong habits in reading books. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's kind of hard to learn the stuff within a book if the change that you need to make is how to sit down and read a book. Certainly not something I would have read on my own. Gotcha. Yeah. All right. That was round 1 of stretch. Now I'm round 2 of stretching. Oh, my legs. I can't forget my legs. I don't have a leg cam for reasons. Probably half the platforms that I'm on would demonetize me if I did. Yes, welcome everybody. Tonight's topic, how are you committing change? Is it sticking? How do you make it stick? Do you change? Is it worth changing? Is change mindset all ploy by big change? The big change industry, they're out to change you. and monetize it. Take your money and your time and your attention. Atomic Habits covers how to make a habit to read. Oh, so in the book that presumably you're having trouble picking up, they do tell you how to read better or more. Interesting. Fascinating. Yes, this is our topic for the evening. I know I personally have struggled with making changes in my life, although I've had some really big seasons of my life where I went through an entire arc of being one person, and at the culmination of that season, or end of an act, as it will, as I've either gained new acquaintances and friends and brought some family closer, parted ways with other people, had to make a move or a change in career, significant components of my life have shifted. And not just because I'm hanging out with people, there's a different peer pressure, but there are a lot of different little variables in the mix that have forced that change on me. But when it comes to me making changes, I've personally struggled quite a bit. So part of tonight's discourse is maybe me farming for ideas and spitballing things with you all to try to come to some truth that will help me in the long run. Not every discourse is completely me giving you something of value, completely altruistic. Some things are for me too, or for all of us. What I'm going to do, though, is now that the Rivals act of our night is done, let's pull into the game that I feel like I can think and talk and act at the same time as read chat, and I don't have as much pressure to be on during an entire match. We definitely had issues before with trying to do like Rivals and Discourse at the same time. I don't think it works, frankly. A game where you have to be on high alert to save everybody else and then trying to have a deep dive conversation with you all, that could be tricky. Also means no music for a little bit while I'm apparently loading a new patch in Final Fantasy that I haven't touched this game in a minute. Yes, each month the staff member picks 3 books and we vote on 1. Oh, that's interesting. Are there 12 staff members, or how does that work? So that it's well, I guess it would work if there are less too, but if there's more, I don't know. Puts pressure on people to they want to be at the bottom of the list unless you feel like you're all committed for the long haul. I'm just curious how these things work out. Put a book on your pillow when you make your bed and it turns into a habit of reading every night. I have a counterpoint for you then. What if you never make your bed? Then you need a habit of how to make your bed every day in order to do something with a book that would stick. Currently 12 in the book club. Oh, hey, that worked out perfectly then. Might have less in the new school year, so some will get to pick more. Yeah, that's not a problem either. It's really not a problem if your frequency is longer than a year, too. I just worry about things that are work-related when you push people too far out, because every job has attrition rates, right? There's a place where the fall off of employees happens. Maybe this happens less in a school than in other companies, but I remember having a conversation. This was not my... Jesus, that's so much louder than the other game. Not this game, not this job that I have right now, not the one before it, but the one before that. I was hitting something like a 5-year mark. And I was talking with the customer, and they're like, so tell me a little bit about yourself. And one of the things they asked is like, you know, how long have you been working here? And I was like, oh, it's been about 5 years. And he said, oh, I guess it's just about time for you to start looking for greener pastures. And I was like, what do you mean? You know, there are people working at my place of employment for 7 years. One was like close to 10. Yeah, they've been around for a while. It's probably going to be their career. And he's like, well, you know, statistically speaking, most people sort of, they spread their wings and they branch out, probably right around the 5-year mark. So that's probably something you're looking at. You know, it just happens to be the thing that most people do is, this is right about when they're ready to spread their wings. Wait, does this not work in vertical for some reason? What happened to my vertical scene for this? Hang on. Got to do some live production. Which one of you scenes is broken? You're broken, and you're broken twice. It says it's doing the right thing, but it is not doing the right thing. What do I want you to do? Can we get you to go to a different window and then back to this one? It's just not working. Oh, do we have something up that is blocking Final Fantasy, perhaps? No, the capture's just broken. Let me see. Let me try to fix something here. So vertical stream's got all the love it needs. It looks like it should be working. There's only one place. Oh, they're like off screen. I think that's part of it. So what we need to do is get them back on screen. How did they move? That if you do edit, it does not go in the right place. That's part of it. So maybe what we need to do is add them back in again. All right, bear with me. We'll catch up with chat. As we can. Oh man, this whole thing's foobar. Okay. Why are you betraying me? You're my favorite vertical source vertical streaming plugin ever. And now you're being awful. All right. Game capture. Final Fantasy 14. You're off in the corner where I don't want you to be. Did this game just die on this particular plugin or what? Well, the right click works for removing the scene. So maybe. Can we transform and go fit to screen? Transform doesn't work on this particular plugin. That seems like a problem. Doing all the transformations and it doesn't want to do anything. So, oh, maybe I can use arrow keys to move it around though. Because it looks like it's stuck up in the corner. Oh, that doesn't do anything either. Man. This plugin has been so good to me up until tonight. I would hate to have to say goodbye. Wait, no, there it is. I have it. It shows, it looks like it should be there. It's on top of everything, as a matter of fact. But it's not actually working. So then, why won't it do the thing? Okay, so it's not a matter of whether or not it's on screen. It is on screen. Match title, otherwise find window of the same type. I don't think that's it. This is the only window this is happening to also. So why that specifically? Why does my plugin hate 14? I guess there's another way around it. I just don't like this method. That is, I can also do... Oh, you know what I can do? This should probably work. I think I have an answer. I don't fix the vertical plugin right now. I'll probably do that in my off time. It's going to be like such a burden to try to work out. But we do have a full screen. There we go. So if I show my screen, it loads and I can see the game. But if I try to get it to show Final Fantasy, it doesn't show the game itself. That's so weird. That has never happened with this plugin before. I love this plugin. It's called Item, but it's spelled A-I-T-U-M. I think some people have tried to call it Atom, but I think that A-I is pronounced I. I don't think it would be spelled to make it look like the word item without being the pun. But, I'll defer to the people who make the plugin if they tell me I'm wrong at some point in the future. It's not the go-to multi-stream vertical and horizontal end-all be-all anymore, but at one point it was like the best thing. And I'm still using it. I haven't moved on to greener pastures. Okay. Let's catch up with chat, shall we? That's my new... Ah, that really hurts. I fell on my hand a week ago. I think I complained about it on stream. And it is still healing. I fell really hard on a couple of my fingers, and they do not want to work. I'm trying to stretch them, but even stretching them out hurts. Okay. What if instead of reading, I just sleep on the book? I think there was a joke back in the day that if you could just put a book over your head while you sleep, you would get the knowledge by osmosis. I don't know if I saw that in a sitcom or something back when I used to watch TV. Yeah, exactly. So got to start with the bed first, or just don't make the bed. Just put the book on the pillow. The problem with our pillows is they get moved in the course of the day. The kiddos come home from school. They like to make like pillow. I wouldn't say like pillow forts, but they make the floor is lava or the ocean, and they take all the pillows and they turn it into like rafts and bridges so that they don't have to touch the floor. And so our pillows get moved around a lot, which means if there's a book on top of the pillows, they would get the book would probably get moved or lost too. Good sleep habits makes good sleep habits is making your bed a good sleep habit, because I feel like hopping into a bed that was made, in order to do that, you have to unmake your bed, right? So what you're actually doing is, and just hear me out, because I'm willing to be convinced that there's a reason why you should make your bed. I'm just talking from a place of applying my immediate logic to the situation. When you wake up in the morning and you make your bed, what you are actually doing is making it harder for nighttime you to get into it, right? Because nighttime you will then have to undo morning you's work. If you don't make your bed and you leave it in the way that was most easily exited, then likely that is also the easiest way to enter the bed as well. unless you exit the bed and you completely destroy it when you leave, which maybe just work on waking up more peacefully. So that it's just a matter of slipping back into the place that you just left that same day. Yeah. Are people like what we do? Mostly they want to stay. We've only lost one recently from our current book group, but have someone who may want to join. Okay, so they're still an employee, they just didn't want to be part of the book club anymore. I'd be glad to post the book choices for votes more than 1 month a year. Yeah, that could be, you could do it that way too. Or like a item, combination of AI and item. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to watch a YouTube video or something and hear somebody talk. Hey, here's our vertical plugin, and then hear what they say. I don't care enough because I don't even know if I'll keep on with this one. Stream Elements is still working on theirs. I don't use Stream Elements for a lot of things. I know some people like really rely on them. I use Stream Elements very sparingly at best, but they have made a multi-streaming platform, and we multi-stream here. We're on 5.5 different platforms, so getting their multi-streaming platform made the most sense to me. But it's still kind of, I don't know if it says it's in beta, but it feels like it's in beta. There are some glaring things that I really like about my current setup that if I switched to Stream Elements, it'd be kind of like a permanent loss of a few different features, and I'd love to see them just flesh out the Stream Elements side of things more, to fill in the rest of the gaps, if you know what I mean. So for now, I'm not changing, even though it's a little bit punishing because the method I'm using is getting older. Use the books as rafts, bridges, and they can not only avoid the lava but absorb the knowledge through their feet. If only it worked that way. Yeah, but we also tell them don't stand on books because that's been a problem in the past. Nighttime me is an asshole. Wait, what does nighttime you do with your bed? I only make my bed so the cats don't barf on the spot I lay on. That makes perfect sense. Also, it's lie. But yeah, that one makes a lot of sense. If you have animals and your animals love your bed, which so many do, there's a good chance that your bed will get abused in the course of the day if you let your animals do anything but stay on the outermost layer. Making your bed is making work for yourself for the sake of aesthetics. Now, there's something to be said about aesthetics. If your bed is seen, and that's a component of, you know, your lifestyle, and what you really want is to have good bedroom clout. The people that come through your house, I'm trying to think of any use case where this would be normal, but you know, not everybody lives a normal life. You live a life in which your bedroom is seen by more than maybe your one trusted person, and you need them to make sure that they know you're a well-organized and detailed person that likes to do things for aesthetic, pleasantry. You care about order against the chaos. You're fighting entropic forces of the universe. Then show them your bed and say, look upon how wonderful my bed is. And then that happens regularly, so you make a habit of it. It's definitely something that when it comes to making lifelong changes, I feel like there are some that our culture is finally waking up to the idea that we should analyze why we would want to make those changes in the first place. This, I believe, is sort of at the core of, it was a meme, it's an older meme now, like 5-10 years ago, where a bunch of news companies would say something like, millennials are killing the American dining industry. Millennials are going after the car industry. Just like usurping different edified business models in the US, when what was really happening is for maybe the first time in a while, we have generations of people, probably not just in the US, but around the world, who have access to internet, different ideas, sharing cross culture and globally their ways of life. And when you do that, some of the things that come under scrutiny seem a little dumb and weird at that point, right? You look and say, wait, why do I still do it this way? Why is my household running this way? Why do I wake up in the morning and do this particular routine? Whatever it happens to be, all you need to do is really give it the light of day. Really look and think about why you're doing what you're doing, what you've decided upon. Is that really feeding into who you are as a person? If it is, keep doing it. Enjoy. You've not only built a routine, a ritual, a tradition for yourself, but you like it. And you know you like it because you gave it time to think about the why behind what you're doing. I think that's fantastic. That to me works well. And if you happen to scrutinize something, you give it that care. You say, well, you know, if I love this, if I truly feel good about what I'm doing right now, then me paying attention and seeing whether or not this works for me is only in my benefit. And then you happen to find out I don't do this for any good reason, or I don't like the reasons why I do this. I don't want to keep maintaining this, or I have other goals and ambitions that I want to do instead of this particular thing I keep doing. Then it becomes a bad habit at that point, and then you want to try to break your bad habit. Who wouldn't give that stuff up then? Yeah. I feel like making your bed might be one of those. Again, unless you have a really good reason to stop doing it. Or to keep doing it, sorry. Please don't hurt the books. Yeah, we're trying to keep our books. I mean, we have plenty of books that are so old and probably not of high value that if they get trashed, they get trashed. That's fine. We kept them for, I don't know, probably like 2 generations, 3 generations now. And if they get destroyed by our kiddos, that's okay, really. It really is. They've made it this far. I don't know why we were so keen on making them. I kept a lot of old books, like from my mom's childhood, for my kids. Why? Because I've moved a lot. I think I tallied my number of moves in my life to something like 14 different houses across several different states. And almost all of those moves involved lots and lots of boxes of books for whatever reason. When I lived in San Diego and was in full-blown home mode, the state of my bed wasn't exactly a focal point either. Yeah. I mean, the fun thing about home mode is you don't necessarily use the bed. If you do, the bed's probably not what anybody's paying attention to per se, unless it's like gross. If it's gross, probably clean it up. Like, don't eat in bed and then be like, hey, you want to use the bed? Then, convince them that the dining room table is more fun or something, anything else. Yeah. Hello, K-Dog. How's it going? Do you mean to type help me? How can we help? Eating in bed is not something I like to do. I, don't like to eat in bed. I think it's uncomfortable for me, really. I don't enjoy the posture you have to be in to eat when you're in bed. And 2, I don't trust other people to be as meticulous as me. If so much as a crumb or like a little flake of something flies off, I stop eating, I put down my plate, and I search for that, because if I don't find it right there in the moment, I'll forget, and then I'll find it at night when I'm groggy and pissed at the world, and I'll feel something against my back, and I'll be like, what is that nasty little piece of, yeah. Oh, especially if it's moist, a little piece of tomato or something with moisture in it. Ugh. Imagine butting up against that with your body in the middle of the night when you don't have your full wherewithal. Eating in bed is not for me. But there are some older family members I know on the topic of making routine or habit, having, you know, maybe changing your life so that you would accommodate something like theirs. Some older people I know, they have a morning routine and maybe even a night routine that takes so long. These are people that, because some of my family at their age, they're either retired, semi-retired, or just, I don't know. The job that they have is like whatever. It's like, you know, small personal shop or something like that. One of my second or third cousins or whatever up there like owns a shop of their own in an industrial area. So like, you know, you're not, I guess my point is most of these people are not like high traffic people. You're not pressing a suit, going into a big company's skyscraper, walking past hundreds of people, interfacing with hundreds of people in your office, or direct to sales, you know, dealing with clients face to face, shaking hands, getting to know people. Most of those folks would probably be like wearing a uniform though, I guess, or a suit or a dress or whatever. But I'm talking about the family members I have that they're at a point in their lives where they're not really interfacing with people. Some of them, they wake up, they do like breakfast, lunch, and dinner, maybe watch some TV, pursue a hobby or a side thing to keep them busy these days, and they don't really necessarily leave the house. And for some older people, you know, it's perfectly normal. What I find interesting though, what I find normal but strange, right? So like everybody seems to do it at a certain generational level, but I can't understand why, is you wake up first thing in the morning and you go through a meticulous self-care routine that's embedded on aesthetics, right? It's like a whole makeup routine for the ladies. The gentlemen do like, you know, a shave and different skin products and do your hair. Wait, why can I not hear that? Did anybody else hear the ad alert thing go off? I just saw it go off, but I didn't hear it go off. I feel dubious about this. You should be in virtual A, and it looks like you are. Looks like you are. Oh, I heard that one. You all heard the Twitch one go off, but I did not. Can I forget if I have a command for that one. Let me double check. I don't know why I feel like I have to do so much live production this evening. Is it called ads? Is it not called ads? What did I call this thing? What's my incoming ads trigger? Oh, I think it's called ads on Oz's machine. I helped her do one too. I think mine's called Ad Inc. Easy. I can't hear that one. I can't hear that one. I think what happened is it is an OBS thing. The OBS audio mixer, if I'm reliant on OBS to hear something, then there's a chance. Let's go into studio mode and take a listen to audio. Oh, not audio, in alerts. Ad break. You have your own audio mix, don't you? Yeah, I think what's happening is I'm hearing things go off that don't play in OBS. And if it does play in OBS, I'm not hearing it. Did I do this right? Oh, whoops. I switched back to this and I messed up my vertical scene again. Ah, there we go. every once in a while, and I don't know how to fix this. I think this is just a permanent bug of OBS's. OBS will forget how to do audio mixing and have me hear it. The monitor will drop. And the settings say I should still be able to monitor it myself with my own ears. But you can't. And the only way to solve it is to turn monitoring off and then turn it back on. Which is, you know, some old 1990s IT shit. It's annoying. But at least I think I got that working. Hopefully it'll project the sound for me next time. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, right. Old people in my family, just folks with habits. They spend so much time getting ready in the morning, looking a certain way. Like they'll go from bedroom to bathroom and then spend, I don't want to say anybody I know spends too much time, maybe like an hour to 2 hours at most in the bedroom and bathroom before they get out. Not even a different generation. No. Yeah, usually like one generation higher or 2 generations higher. I don't think anybody in my generation does this so much. And they get themselves ready. Their skin is covered with products and makeups, and their hair is well done and has hairspray or gel or styling mousse or something or whatever, and they look good, and then they choose their very nicely color coordinated clothes, and they layer up, and they're looking good and sharp and everything, and then they eat their breakfast and surf on their phones or their devices, and they watch their TV, and they spend their time in their little shop not engaging directly with customers. And it's like, what did you do all of that for? Right? Who are you looking like this for? Is it for you? I guess I feel like I would hate myself if I needed to spend 2 hours in the morning and maybe an hour at night doing things to my body so that I felt comfortable in my own skin. Is there something on the other side of this wall? Why is there like a little tiny crack here? There's a little something here. This is just like a treat, I guess. I don't know why this would be here, except just, hey, we made a little crack in the wall. We'd love it if somebody came and flew up into it one day and just enjoyed some mushrooms and glowy rocks, which I did enjoy it. They darkened the rocks so that it would look like something from far off, and you might even see a sliver of something as you're flying around. Oh, that's very cute of them. Just a little terrarium in there. How sweet. How kind. Oh, there's other stuff you can see but can't get to. My morning routine is 15 to 20 minutes. I think that feels much more sane. The goal, sleep as long as possible. I chose the wrong job for not being a morning person. Yeah. Well, I feel like we're not all morning people, but the amount of jobs out there that are so vast, some of us have to make a sacrifice. I did some research on this. I have a friend who has a syndrome of some sort where if she wakes up before, let's say 10 a.m., I'm making up arbitrary numbers because I don't remember the particulars of it. She has like significant health events. It's just like really, really bad. But if she, as long as she stays asleep until a certain time in the day, then she does okay. If that makes sense. I know it's kind of weird and doesn't seem to matter. Like, what if she travels? How does jet lag work? All that sort of thing. But somehow it works out this way. She would not be able to do an early morning job. That's just it. There's just no morning job that would work. But that significantly hamstrings what you're able to take on as work, right? And I find that really sad and unfortunate. There should be more regular jobs for people who can't do the mornings or don't want to do the mornings. And so in my research, what I discovered was there are different cohorts of humans, and this was probably likely an evolutionary tactic, where as the sun started to go down and maybe you needed to be like inside of a cave or hovering around a fire or something, you would have certain people who immediately felt sleepy and could just, go to bed right then. Like, wow, sun's going down, it's getting dark, my melatonin release, the whole shebang, like I'm ready to sleep now. And those people go to sleep, and they're largely defenseless. So who stands at the mouth of the cave, or who is looking out from the perimeter of the fire and making sure that all the people who passed out are safe? Some humans didn't feel that immediate urge to sleep, so they were on guard. And then some people still would either be asleep early, then wake up like in the middle of the night and just couldn't go back to sleep, or would stay up real late and then, sleep late in the night. And it worked out that it was kind of like a natural shifts sort of thing. You had everybody protecting each other in shifts. And without that, a tribe could likely, or group of people could likely fail to succeed, to survive, because, some predator or sneaky other group of people or something could come in and do unspeakable things to your bloodline, and then that's the end of your bloodline, right? So that makes sense to me why we have different natural proclivities for when we feel sleepy and when we feel like we want to wake up. Yeah. That said, so many jobs, especially in the US, are like that 9 to 6 bracket or the 8 to 5 bracket. How do you resolve getting a job, getting yourself out in the workforce, which is already hard to do because of the way recruiting websites are, job listing websites are. And if you also have the contingency of I can't work, or I really don't want to work that particular chunk of the day, I have other needs or other desires, or I'm going to school, or something else is pulling your schedule off the normal schedule everybody else wants to maintain in this civilization. How do you conform? Can you even conform? Do you need to change your job expectations? Can you even get a job that doesn't match the standard? I wake up at 7:15 and I'm at work by 7:55. That's pretty quick turnaround. That's pretty quick. Yeah. Not everybody could say that. That also means that you've got a pretty good short commute time as well, which not everybody has the pleasure or luxury of. Anything I need in the morning goes into my night routine. Food prep, pick clothes, shower, etc. I feel like some people have the wherewithal in the morning to do that kind of stuff. But if you don't, nighttime's really a much smarter idea. Like fumbling around, bleary-eyed, unsure of what's going on with the world, disconnected from reality, and trying to make all that stuff happen. That's not a great time to be making those choices. If nighttime you can do yourself a solid and do some of that prep work, that's really clever. I think I've met a few people that haven't quite caught on to that strategy yet, where it's like every morning is misery for them and they're trying to get everything done, but it's like really handicapped at that point. Whereas nighttime then was much more mentally connective and there, but they were pleasure seeking at that point. They didn't want to disconnect from stuff to set themselves up in the morning, and then the cycle repeats and they suffer the next morning as a result. Yeah. My blackouts are much more prevalent in the mornings. That sounds like you've got a biological blockade from certain things, right? That just means that the day works differently for you than other people, and you've got a need then. You have to match that. Imagine trying to schedule your blackouts and say, no, I can't have you at a high frequency at this point in the day. I need something else from my body. How on earth would you make that happen? My commute's about 15 minutes. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Where's the other guy I'm going to today? I guess I have options. It's either going to be Kurenai or Monago. Let's do Kurenai. I don't have reason to go to that part of the world very often. That would be in Authored in Tamamizu. Tama means ball in Japanese. Midzu means water. And this town is a ball underwater. It's a very appropriate name. I know it looks flat here, but if you look around, there's like this dome that we're inside of, so we're really in like a large ball. Square Enix coming up with the real clever names for places. I'll tell you what. Now, most of the places in this game have interesting names, but Tamamizu is just one of those names that if you don't speak Japanese, you're like, oh, that's pretty. And if you do, you're like, oh, okay. Ball water. Yeah, I can't understand why you would take 3 hours of your day every day to look a certain way when nobody is going to perceive you. The only thing I can think of is older generations had two strikes against them. Strike number one is they were taught that you judge a book by its cover. So you meet somebody, and if their nails are clean, if they have a fresh face, if they look well put together, then you trust their thoughts and ideas more. You care more about what they have to say. You'll make stronger connections with that person. They've got their life together. When really what they've done is they've dismantled a portion of their life, set it aside for aesthetic, and then they come to the game like that. I know plenty of basket cases who can at least put on pretty clothes or handsome clothes and slap on a nice smile, some good makeup, or a really nice crisp haircut or whatever. But they're shit. They're awful people, or they're not well put together. Their lives are falling apart, or they don't know what they're talking about. They sound and look expert, which I guess is the point. But when you press them on what they know or what they're capable of doing, like everything behind the curtain is awful. They're the Wizard of Oz, right? They're just a prestige. And so that 2 hours in the morning and then an hour at night I don't know why I picked 3 hours, but however many hours it takes to look like that every day. The older generation puts so much care and concern into that because I think they're duped into thinking nobody will value me if I don't look like this, and I shouldn't value anybody else who doesn't do this. So it's reciprocal, right? You don't value yourself. You feel like you're not worth it in the marketplace of ideas and connection and emotions. You're not a valuable person in all the ways that plays out. And you shouldn't value anybody else in that same vein. Yeah. That's half of it. I think the other half of it is the older generations have been taught that if you don't do a certain level of maintenance to yourself, welcome to it. See, you do get intro music. It's just not the boss music. That's only one person. That was Jam today. The other thing of it is I think people also were taught that if you don't look good, you're not good. Just as a person, in and of yourself, you shouldn't value yourself. You woke up and you didn't do anything, you're a slob. You didn't shave today, you're a slob. You didn't put on nice clothes, slob. You're letting yourself go. Your mental health is poor. You couldn't possibly be well organized or thoughtful. You couldn't be loving and caring if you can't love yourself. How do you love yourself? You have to do the morning routine and the night routine. You have to do these things. You have to look like you put care into your body, or nobody will think that you care about anything. And so they put themselves to that standard. So it's a self-love thing. They think in order to love yourself, you have to look well kempt. And then it's also a cultural exchange and relationship tool. I will not be able to do well in business, interpersonal relations, probably even, especially even if you are with somebody. If you're in a relationship, how will your partner view you? How would you keep a husband or keep a wife if you didn't keep up your own aesthetic? Put something in your hair, for God's sake. Your hair is just natural. Put something on your skin right here. It's scaly. Your partner will leave you if you leave that part of your body scaly. Shit like that. Toxic as fuck. I used to do some mascara and eyeliner and straighten my hair. My tired life has abandoned that. Eyeliner and straight hair only on special occasions. Makes sense to me. Unless, you wake up in the morning, you look at your eyes, and you feel like eyeliner completes your vision of who you are. If it's like that, then I get it. But if it's for somebody else or any externality reason, I just don't care how much time goes into appearance because it doesn't have much to do with how my day plays out. Right. I mean, especially for your job, your main duty is to level up the inner workings of young minds. There's not really a component in that gets that eyeliner benefits per se. You would do better spending that time applying eyeliner. You'd better serve them by using that time in personal enrichment or learning how to be a better teacher or decompressing from your job or getting more sleep. Any number of things that would be of greater benefit. I could see so many ways to deprioritize that and prioritize something else. Yeah. Bikini Bottom looks so nice. I still haven't found SpongeBob here. But yeah, it's basically Bikini Bottom. All right. What am I making for Kudanai? Cloud Pearls? I think I need from this merchant to get 24. I think it's you. Raw Cloud Pearl materials, Cloud Pearl material, or Cloud Pearl components. That's the one. This one, this goes back to an era where you had to buy 24 of these items to make 6. I hope I'm right there. There's a weird schism. Old custom deliveries, you needed to make the final components out of several subcomponents, and then they changed that, and I don't remember which custom delivery person the cutoff is, but they made it so you only had to make you only had one raw material to make the final material instead of 4 to 1. And there's no reason for the 4 to 1. So the 1 to 1 just makes more logical sense. One of the main reasons why they have that cutover is in the older versions of this game, you used to be able to craft things in normal quality or high quality. And if you crafted things in high quality, you'd get a better outcome from turn-ins. And now there's just a scale based on the quality of the item, period. The item's just normal quality no matter what, but there's a quality number when you're crafting. And if you max that out or get it in the final cohort, you don't have to have max value. Final cohort, you get the maximum turn-in value for it. Kudanai, Cloud Pearl. And this to me is trivial because this is a way lower level craft. So quality is maxed. Progress is maxed. So Teresa's been reading Atomic Habits. So what's the concept behind Atomic Habits? Because to me, atomic, an atom, would imply the idea of an indivisible component. A component that you reduce it down to sort of a basic fundamental building block. And from there you can't break things. That's what atom used to originally mean. Of course, now we know what atoms are comprised, what comprises atoms, and we know that some of those things have subcomponents to them too. We know that protons and neutrons are not solid entities that are indivisible in and of themselves, that they are that other things comprise them. So it's kind of a misnomer now. But again, if we changed...
What's wrong, Doc?
Thank you, Stuart.
I'm right as the mail.
If we changed the word atomic and used something more fundamental, like a quark or a lepton or a photon, and said this is a very, very tiny, indivisible, fundamental component. We call them fundamental components right now. I'd wager we'd find out at some point in the future that those things also were not fundamental either. That they had subcomponents to them as well. Atomic Habits kind of breaks down as the small things that have big impacts. Okay, so not fundamentals thinking, but prioritizing. Is it, to me, this sounds like 80-20 repackaged. The concept of 80-20 is you've got, I need to turn in scripts. Oh good, your script exchange is right here. The 80-20, if I remember right, I hope I'm saying this right, is 80% of this. I think this comes from the world of business. The 80% is the amount of work that is largely on your desk, and the 20% is the minimal work on your desk. Definitely phrasing this wrong. Come on, streamer brain. Get those rusty bolts connected. If you were to take the total sum of your work and split it into an 80-20 split, then the idea for the 80-20 paradigm is in the 20%, put the highest value, most impact stuff and get that stuff knocked out first. That sounds right. Let's ask the internet. Maybe I'm characterizing this poorly. The Pareto principle, that sounds familiar too, that it was called that as well. 80% of the effects, come from 20% of the causes. Okay, the 80% is not quite. I calibrated the exact explanation though. Yeah, so basically if you look at most businesses, this is a fallacy. This couldn't possibly be a hard and fast rule, but some people at least believe that I mean it's not a bad heuristic. Even if it's wrong, it's not a bad heuristic to follow. That if you can find the 20% most impactful things in your business and focus on them, that will cover 80% of your results. And then everything else that you have left over that you haven't tackled yet is really just the remaining 20% of your results. Just happens to be that 20/80 is reciprocal with each other. So if you take 20% of your most important tasks, you're left over with 80% of your tasks. And if you take that's 80% of your effective, most important results, then you're left with 20% of your results. So you have two weird reciprocal numbers. 20% are high value tasks that cover 80% of your needs, 80% of your tasks are low value, and they only produce 20% of your results. That's the thinking behind it. Might be fallacious, but it's at least a concept. So in Atomic Habits, what would be the some of the most important things that the author believes are the small habits that produce the big results? That what are the 20% that gives you the 80% result in your life? To use the Pareto principle in building habits. I think by and large, the majority of humankind is aspirational. We do have desires for who we are, and when we aren't meeting those desires, it does push us to want to change. So we're not generally the sort of creatures that crave and seek out stagnation. But I think part of the problem is, as aspirational as we are, we often feel at a loss to find the resources or the strategies to make those changes happen. And then we just end up having a lower a lower sense of self, I guess, as a result of that. We don't enjoy who we are as much as we could because we're generally dissatisfied with the us that we've let ourselves be. If that makes sense. He only gives a few examples, but with key ideas for forming good ones and breaking bad ones. Interesting. So his idea is, if you can find a small habit that produces a very major outcome, seek that out, but he's not going to give you too many of those. More the template of, this is probably your best strategy. Because I can think of lots of little habits that I'm into that I don't know that they have big impact, but they're just habits I've made. They're not bad habits. Most of my habits are good habits. I think I'm more introspective than some of my friends are, but that doesn't mean that I've chosen high value things to do all the time. Sometimes I find that my little good habits are also not the best serving. They don't always produce the outcome that's worth the time for my habit, if that makes sense. I put forth the effort, I care, it looks like I'm doing something worthwhile, but I could probably have used that time better somewhere else because the impact was low. You know, I appreciate this place is older content, and so people don't have nearly as much of a reason to be drawn here. But the NPC work to fill the town, the city, makes this place feel very full still. I'm really bereft of, running across a place that's just like full of, there's probably a place over here that's much more full of player characters, but it doesn't matter. This doesn't feel like a ghost town. The only reason it feels empty is because I'm looking for player characters. But if I was playing a single player RPG, this would feel very normal and like, a big bustling city. There's so many people walking around doing their thing. And some of it's just art. Like, some of these are not actual characters. They're just, I don't know. Are these technically mobs? Do they have an interactive component that's just disabled? Or are they just like part of a greater animation routine that happens in the city? I always wonder how that kind of stuff gets programmed out. I guess that some of these have to be actual characters you just can't interact with in any way, because the speech bubbles pop up above their heads and move with their head movement. Yeah. If you want to exercise more, but don't like exercise, building a good habit needs to feel rewarding. Okay, well, there's a new bar to set. So making good habits should be a rewarding experience. I feel like that can be hard. Not everything that is worth doing is clear cut that there's or that you can find a rewarding component. I feel like some stuff has to be done regardless of how you feel, I guess. Like, you know, eating your vegetables is hard to like make a reward for if you don't feel, if you're unhappy with every vegetable on the planet, how do you make it a rewarding experience? Oh, forgot. You could actually jump off of the edge on this. So incentive, I make it only before shower so I don't feel icky, and I read during. You read during workout? Smart. So you're distracting. That'd be like, with the vegetable analogy, like mixing it in a casserole or something, right? So you like mask the experience a little bit. Now it's a habit I've been doing for a couple weeks. Okay. So finding an incentive to reward yourself with. A lot has to do with environment. He talks about manipulating your environment to make or break a habit. The book on the pillow is an example of that. I think that one that's a really good place to start. When I've talked with people who have quit smoking, some of it came down to like making it a challenge or disenfranchising to be out on their balcony to, you know, go have a smoke, or smoke breaks at work that they set up their schedule so that it was like really intrusive to stop to have that smoke break. Basically putting barriers against bad habits and or incentivizing good habits, like always keeping gum in your purse or whatever. Although that can kind of backfire too. Like if you are a gum chewer instead of a smoker and you run out of gum, it could like push you or urge you to go back to your bad habit again. Hard to say. Airship ticketer and shuttle pilot. I forgot that there's a direct path between this city. I already forgot the city's name. Kugane, right? And Rad's at hand. Interesting. How did I not remember that? And then this one takes you to the Prima Vista. I haven't been here in a long time. Long time. This is inside of an airship. I wish there was more reason to come back here. I thought this was a really cool part of the game. The airships are so... I mean... It's a pretty badass little area. Big airship, I should say. Coat all of your vegetables in an inch of cheese. You might not reach the health goal you were looking to do, but you would definitely get more vegetables that way. Oh yeah, this is the bridge. It's also an entrance back here. Where does this lead to? All of the Rabanastre, Rudorana Lighthouse, and Orbon Monastery. Gotcha. So this is just a raid hub. It could be a reward after the veggies, like you only get your one piece of chocolate or so of ice cream for the day if you do the good thing, which is eat your veggies. Lots of self-discipline too. I feel like that part can be hard, the self-discipline side of that. But the idea is to turn something mindless in second nature. Oh, turn it into something mindless. So at first you have to be very mindful about it. That's where you're talking about the self-discipline part to start off. Breaking a habit is to make it unappealing or undesirable. Right. But it sounds like it's manipulation of your environment and then holding yourself to accountability. So you do really have to do some self-discipline work there to make it happen. That part I feel like would be really the biggest hurdle for almost everybody I know, though. There's a Frog and Toad story. I don't remember it too incredibly well, but it went something like one of them made the other one cookies, and they were having tea and cookies, and it was a good time. But they were starting to eat too many of the cookies. They're like, oh my gosh, like, we're going to sit here and eat all these cookies if we don't do something about it. So they tried to, like, put the cookies away. And then one of them was like, but dear Toad, imagining it's Frog, like, we could just reach in there and grab the cookies. Like, okay, well, we'll put them, like, up high on a shelf. But Toad, we could just grab the ladder and take them back down again. Like, every little thing that they were doing to try to make it inconvenient for them so that they would have more self-discipline didn't really work, because you could just undo the thing that you did, right? You go, oh, I don't want to use this app as much, so I'm going to put it on a different app screen. Then your new habit becomes go to that other app screen to go to that app. Or your habit's like, you know, stepping out and having a vape, and you're like, okay, well, when I come home, my vape goes in this, like, you know, drawer at the top of the back of my closet. It's like, okay, well, your new habit becomes going to the back of your closet to go get it. It's more annoying, but now that's part of your routine. So the self-discipline part, I'd be curious to, one, wonder if the book tackles where you find self-discipline, and two, if it doesn't, what you guys think, where that should come from. Maybe this is a book for people who only really want to change so much that they already have the self-discipline in them. I have a habit of rolling a 1 on impulse control when it comes to food, so I'm about the last person in the world to ask on that one. You know that story? Yeah. Should probably see what duty roulettes I have not done today. High level dungeons, we could do that. Where are we at with our different? Oh, we're so close to max on our healers. Good times. Let's just do Scholar. No, it says tank is the role in desire, right? Or in need right now for that, but I really don't feel like tanking right now. Is all this stuff lower level? Just garbage that I got from other runs of other dungeons I haven't sold yet. Of course, Teresa knows that story. Have you seen how much CV? I see CV and I just think curriculum vitae. The pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps method, the self-discipline method, I think is flawed. Oh god. Which one is this? It's a level 90? I don't remember this place at all. Well, I guess we're gonna relearn a dungeon. What are we doing here? Lapis Manalis? I mean, this looks like we're in the Empire, but I have no idea. I don't remember this place. I'm just gonna mention it to them. I have no recollection of this place. Good luck, everybody else. 'Cause I don't know what I'm doing here. They teach the Frog and Toad cookie store at Kumon. Is it Kumon? How do you pronounce that company's place? I know it's not come on. I know at least that much. I thought curriculum did too. Explain yourself. First boss is a Yeti guy. Second boss is a Reaper doll with X patterns. Last boss is the Water Fiend. Oh. I think I remember why we're here, but I don't remember having done this in some time. Ugh. I'm typing and not moving out of the way of that swipe attack. Is Japanese. Kumo. Got it. We're losing our tank. Or they're not at keys or something. Oh, okay. I guess we're gonna try this without a tank. Oh wow, a bunch of stuff's not working. I also don't have my my hotkeys aren't working properly in this game. When did that happen? Lycos! Hi, welcome. I didn't hear the sub alert go off either. All sorts of things are broken tonight. 10 months! Have we named a sub baby? Or are we dropping the ball? I think if anybody has a named sub baby, it's got to be us, Lycos. Never thought up a name. Okay. Now we're already at 10 months. We have a 1-month-old that's just named baby sub. Do. I don't remember this guy. Yeah, a lot of this dungeon's a blur to me. But yeah, I'd say probably the creating of a habit. If there's a... Oh, I kind of remember that. There's all these guys who run out and try to stomp on you, and then they'll do it again. If building a habit has a component of you need to bootstrap together some self-control in order to make the habit in the first place, I'd say if you've got the self-control, then the strategies are probably a lot less important. You could find anything to do, and because you have the self-control, you will succeed. But finding self-control might be the more daunting task. Screw everybody else, I'm just shielding myself. Okay, 2 of these blocks survive. Good. I'm safe. So maybe this stream should have been about how do you find self-control out of nowhere. My heckin' iPhone is taking forever to update, and I need it. I blame you owning Apple. Just kidding. I'm a salty Android user. No, I'm not salty. I love Apple. I I think the iPhone is a great invention. And, oh god, that one's coming for me. If I thought that the iPhone was a good return on investment, I would probably own one myself. Because I think it is a well-built phone. Self-control, that sounds uncomfy. Self-control is generally anti-comfort. It's true. So how do you get to a place where you measure out a balance between what's comfortable and what needs to get done? Oh, poop. Just thought of the same character twice. Oh man, that's a lot of enemies. Good luck, Shaz. Wait, where are you going? Don't step out of my sweet protective bubble, Shaz. I only have it for VTuber stuff. The iPhone? Why do you need... Oh, is there like a really good iPhone app for that kind of thing? Is that why? I use Android. I ain't gonna use Apple for anything other than VTubing ever. Interesting. I don't know much about the world of VTubing. So what is there specifically with Apple? My guess is they do better facial mapping to animation. Just off the top of my head. Pop one of these. Do you mind? I'm looking for a place to stand so I can spam you with my damage. Just let me love you in my awful, painful way. Oh man, that sounds like some exes I've had. Just kidding if you're an ex and you're watching this. I kid. Apple's face tracking gives way better tracking with way more variables than anything Android gives. Interesting. And Android doesn't have any third-party developer that's trying to solve for that lack. Galatea Magna. Oh! Well, that was unfortunate. So... There's like an in and out thing. Yeah? Nope, wasn't that time. I'm not sure what I'm looking for then. Got these. Oh, they said something about X's, that there would be... Oh, yep, that hurts. Oh, now there's Doom on me. That's not great. Let's get rid of Doom on everybody. I super don't like that my trackball's extra buttons don't work right now. I guess each one of us could be in one of these. Ooh. Now we all have eyes. Just look away from everybody. Okay, this is an in and out then, right? In, out. Yeah, got it. I understand. They have a whole API and toolkit for it. Oh, gotcha. It's like innate in theirs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. I understand. I know my mission now. Great. I'd sure love to not have to click on half my abilities. least that was done fairly easily. Android has a bare bones face unlock API for facial recognition, and that's it. Wonder why they won't care about that. It seems like something would be up in Google's wheelhouse. It's either use a far worse third-party algorithm on the Android's VTS app or use a far better Apple ARKit first-party algorithm. Yeah, I mean, if they're going to do it in-house and it's just part of what you've got on the phone, I super get it. I do like these big pulls. There's something so satisfying about grabbing the entire dungeon's worth of enemies that you can and just smush them all ASAP. It's very satisfying. So do most people who do VTubing and stuff, do they use their phones for the models? I always thought everybody who did VTubing used their webcam. And so you step away from your computer and you would lose the connection to your VSona. Is that not the case? All right, I don't have any buttons for this, do I? Gotta click. And then if you are using your phone, how do you get that onto OBS? So that the things you do with your phone are actually controlling something that gets to your stream. Jam, thank you for sticking around. Appreciate your insights this evening. I never did ask you if, when you were questioning change, if that's because you're anti-change. I just thought we should all learn to love ourselves. Anyway, have a good night. Thanks for being here. And thank you for the lurk support.
I've been waiting so long.
Anti-change right now. I'll take it. We'll go through different phases of our lives.
Brace yourself.
Apple originally did it via infrared as well. Interesting. We need to get away from those balls, don't we? Balls. It's like those go off and then we have to go to the other sides. Oh. And then let this push us away from the other balls. Yes. Okay, some of my buttons work, just not all of them. Uh-oh. Oh my. Oh my. That's a lot. Did I dodge all the things? Our tank didn't. Can get this off before him. I can. Excellent. Since they switched to camera, they got some crazy algorithms though that work just as well as infrared. So infrared actually works better than camera in that regard. That's interesting to me to learn too. All right, what's our ammo here? The needles. Got it. Dude. Oh boy. And a stack. They create a whole 3D model of your head with some crazy detail on facial expression tracking. I love that. The phone I have still does it via infrared, so it can track in a pitch black room and through my glasses. Wow, that's pretty cool. I guess I understand why infrared can be better. Yeah, I hadn't considered being able to do it in dark environments. Which for me, having to have lights on me all the time, I mean, to some degree I'm kind of used to it. I need to move this away from everybody. Yeah. Just because I've worked on stage and in studios and stuff with the big lights all the time. And I used to do modeling too. You just get lights and flashing and all that kind of stuff. It becomes second nature. But I do like being in a dark room. It's enjoyable as an experience, even if I don't get it all the time. At least I understand. Oh boy, where's the safe spot? I hope it's here. Oh, I still got hit by one. Woo! Dodged everything else though. As for what most do, most probably do webcam tracking, but those who want to have better quality use iPhone. So how do you link that up to your broadcast then, if you're using your phone for the tracking? I'm gonna give it to this guy. Pearl of Tides. I'm gonna hit need. Might not get it, but I'll at least hit need on it anyway. My setup's way more complicated than most because I also dual PC stream. I've been curious about that, not for the immediate, not in immediacy, but I'd be curious at some point down the line when I have, you know, crazy big content creator money, how to set up a dual PC stream. Oh, see some of you on the other side of ads. What am I doing? I'm still staying a scholar. We're gonna pop into trials. You know what I should do? Well, let's back out of this. The one that like has the worst queue times the later it gets, and it's already kind of late, is getting into frontline. So let's see if we can pop into frontline first. It says 12 minutes wait time right now, so that's not bad. We didn't wait too long. Usually if I wait till the 4 to 5 a.m. hour here, that queue becomes almost unusable, especially if it's near the end of the stream. I almost can't do the frontline roulette at all. It becomes really bad. Are these interesting at all? I want to like some of this stuff from the World of Darkness. I just feel like it's a lot less inspired than I hoped it would be. I'd expect to find like really cool goth shit to come from the 13th. The reflection where the darkness is taken over. But just not really that much of a fan. So I had done some research in the field of creating lasting change before popping into the discourse, but like old versions of discourses, I didn't want to necessarily poison the well by just going guns blazing. But I do have an answer. It's one that I haven't necessarily tried to great effect because I just learned about it more recently, but I wonder if part of me intuited it before I read it at various stages of my life. To an answer to the question, where do you get your self-discipline, especially if that's the first leaping change block that you need in order to do environment shifts and prioritizing certain changes over others so that you get the most effective ones out of the way first. all that kind of stuff. Like a lot of it leans on self-discipline. And a lot of what you'll find in self-help stuff online is leaning on your ability to just use your willpower to brute force it. You gotta have willpower, and then you use that willpower and you just squish the habits in. And then there's tactics for retention, tactics for making it fun or making it rewarding and all that kind of stuff. But you have to have the bootstrap first. And a lot of people don't have good willpower or have good self. What's the word I was looking for? Yeah, just that ability to regulate yourself. So, discipline, self-discipline. So the one tactic that I read that seems to be a benefit for those of you like that, like me, is to make your goals for change very small if you can. If something is like a health change you need to make and you need to make it today because you're not long for this world, making small incremental changes probably isn't going to serve you because of the timetable. But for most of the things that we desire change in, change is up to us, and it takes as long or as little as we want it to. And the strategy behind that is, because you don't have a lot of willpower, because it's hard to keep things stuck in the way that you live your life in a new strategy, you don't make sweeping changes. You don't become a different person. You don't adopt a brand new extra thing in your life that you now have to maintain because it's unnatural at first. And then it becomes natural, and then it's not a problem. But the unnatural beginnings, it's hard to add something that's weighty and large. So it really is about breaking things down into smaller, as small as you need, steps toward the change that you're looking for, so that you don't have to do it all in one go. And with each little success, you get a little bit of dopamine, you get some internal rewards. You can make other external rewards too, like that little piece of chocolate or ice cream or whatever for meeting a goal. But you also get just like the intrinsic rewards of finishing tasks and that sort of thing, unless you're sociopathic or something. Most of us will get some sort of reward for accomplishing the little task, and then you set the next little task up after that. And little tasks, they require bootstrapping too, right? You need to make the tasks. You need to set your own pace. You need to break things up into those sub goals in order to meet your ultimate goal of the change that you're looking to do. But the amount of bootstrapping at that point is significantly less. It's easier to take on, and it's easier to maintain a little tiny change than starting a whole new routine of, well, every time I leave the house, I'm gonna also write in this book a little affirmation. And then, one day you miss it and you're like, that's okay, I'm giving myself grace. And then pretty soon it becomes like just a book that hangs out by your front door that you never touch at all because it was too much of a burden all at once. Yeah. All right, let's learn the Lycos method for VTubing with the dual PC. Phone app connects to a socket server on my stream PC via WebSocket connection in vBridger. Interesting. It sounds like VTuber specific bridge stuff. vBridger connects to VTube Studio on the same PC. VTube Studio gets sent the full... You're stopping to look at me? That's okay. VTube Studio gets sent the full parameter listing for face tracking, maps it to the model, then OBS captures the model as a shared memory buffer texture, not game capture, for the stream. My game PC sends my full middle monitor feed to a capture card via a mirrored display into a capture card. which routes into the second PC for capture. Then NDI tools. Oh, I tried NDI tools. I couldn't get that one to work. I don't have like a good second PC, but I was trying to get it to work on my server machine, and did not work for me. NDI tools video feed unpacking into OBS via the Elgato app. Oh, maybe that's why I don't have anything Elgato, except this. Oh, this light. I thought I got an Elgato light. I forgot. I got a newer light. I remember now. And it says that on my stream goal. Duh. My desktop audio gets captured by OBS on my game PC, monitored into my SteelSeries GG Sonar aux audio virtual sound device, which maps to the HDMI output to the capture card. NDI Tools then unpacks that into separate channels on my stream PC to be remixed. This is a lot. My mic audio is much simpler. It's just a 3.5mm jack out the AT2020 headphones, monitor plug into the line in on my stream PC. Wow. Yeah, there are things that I've obviously done with more complexity, even though, you know, my show's fairly simple and straightforward. Well, I shouldn't say simple. The complexities of my show are about choosing the path to creating a certain community and building a thoughtful and well-designed group of people to push forward with, to make sure that we're doing the right sort of content. So mine is a social engineering concept more than it is like making a computer for streaming kind of thing. But that said, I still have some complexities of like camera and lighting temperatures and backdrops and all that sort of stuff. And my audio, let me smack my mic cable right there. My audio routing is somewhat complex with the Rodecaster 2. And then, you know, streaming 6 different outbounds at the same time and setting all of that up. There's complexities that I've taken on, obviously, but yours is complex in different ways that all sound so foreign to me. Not without understanding. I read everything and I understand the vast majority of what I've read as far as how you set up, how you have to have it set up in order to have 2 computers to do that. But it's just wild to me. Game went live and I'm just sitting here waiting for my iPhone to update. Boo. Yeah, Apple. Well, I mean a lot of devices. I think anything that requires an update. Updates just take a long time. Nowadays, it's hard to just have quick patches for things. Guinness World Record for slowest device ever made. Oh, you started this 45 minutes ago and it's still not updated? Jeez. Wait, which iPhone do you have, if I may ask? Bit off topic, but have you heard of Kiwami Japan? They're a YouTuber who makes knives out of stuff you would not expect. No. I'm not a huge knife fanatic, so I can't say I've heard of them. I don't dislike knives. I have a collection of knives. I just don't know if I like knives enough to follow a YouTuber specific to that. Videos are all visual, no audio, but he does a bit of expression with his hands. Great if you want something with an ASMR vibe. I'm newly watching a guy, or I shouldn't, my whole family, newly watching a guy that does science videos on YouTube. And he does a few different formats, which one, I think is very clever. If you're a content creator and you want to get into especially pre-recorded content, I would recommend doing something that this guy does, and that is he's got like 3 or 4 different brands that he's concurrently trying. So you go to his channel, you might expect that everything is of a certain style, and then you watch another of his videos and it's got a very different, not emotion, different everything about it. His tone is different. His speed of delivery is different. The cinematography is different. The only thing that's the same is like him, the lighting, I guess, the backdrops, and the stuff he talks about, which is all science. And it's mostly biology. Nico! Well. Are you West Coast Nico right now? How you doing? I wish I could remember his name. I'd love to plug his stuff. 52 months. Nico has the longest sub streak on my channel you could possibly have. Nobody can beat him. It's probably nobody who ever will. And I'm eternally grateful. I probably wouldn't have lasted as long as I did as a streamer were it not for Nico. And I wouldn't have started streaming were it not for Nico. I might have come back to YouTube, but I don't know that I would have ever tried Twitch. Let's do a shout out. Sacramento for like a day and a half. Oh, okay. Was this our Green Hell days? It was. I forgot you ever streamed that game, but I guess we must have. Nico, Oz, Onyx, and me all making the Amazon a better place. That was fun. I don't think we ever beat the expansion, the DLC. But the original core game was, that was a trip. And I really liked our last base. I was really, that little like, it was like an island, or maybe it wasn't a full island, but like in the middle of the water. Like that was such a cool, we were doing so good at that game. I loved it. You loved Green Hell or Sacramento? Sorry, I started pontificating about two different things, and now I made it hard to understand your answer. Oh no, maybe we are past the frontline threshold. It said 12 minutes on the queue time. Now it's gone up to 27. We'll wait a little bit longer, and if the queue time goes up again, it goes up to 30, then we've definitely missed our window. We're probably not going to make it into a frontline match. Green Hell, yeah. I feel like it's one of those games like Green Hell, the high survivability, the high like managing all your like micro tasks to keep yourself alive, and then the building aspect. It would be a fine first or single player game, but I don't know that I'd really get hooked into it. I'd probably have a hard time sticking with it. It'd feel kind of empty after a while. But doing that with other players, exploring the map out in different directions from each other, and then coming together and converging and all going out together on big expeditions, planning for our next like really big outing somewhere. Like, all right, well, we've got to get to this new part of the map, you know, let's all go together in one big, oh no, somebody's like dying. Okay, well, we've got everybody else to help them out. That part was better than so many other games that I think we've tried in that same genre. I think the only other game that I enjoyed as much for the collaboration and group efforts together was Back 4 Blood. And everything else has been either like goofy, like the Phasmo, Lethal Company, Repo sort of games, or it's fallen flat as far as like the collaborative experience. It doesn't feel like a good, you need each other to survive sort of game. Yeah. I do think about it. It's a bad game to stream, but I think about what's the next big like multiplayer, you need each other, and it's a deep immersive experience sort of game. What's the next one of those that's going to be out there? And how are we going to manage our schedules to make it happen? I do see a schedule shift happening in the near future. I just want to throw that out there. But I'm not sure what it is just yet. Likos, sorry, I'm just catching up with older chat now here too. Watching one right now where he makes a knife out of a fungus. Lovely. A month of research to make sure I got everything in order and a good few dozen hours of setup and configuration and shit. Yeah, that sounds about right. I can't believe it only took you a month. Some of the research I've done for some of the parts of building my stream have taken longer than a month, and yours sounds very complex. Yeah, 45 minutes shouldn't be a normal update. More but absurd lengths he goes to make stuff from scratch than the actual knife. I imagine. I assume the actual knife he makes at the end is probably not that interesting. But it's the watching the process. Oh, you're going a full update to a whole number iOS. Gotcha. Major Android updates take no more than 10 minutes for me on my Pixel. Depends on the Android device. Pixel will usually be faster. Android updates too, since it's an in-house phone. What's Nico doing on my coast? He's back. Finally finished. Time to run. All right, Likos. Have a good one. I wonder if that means he's going to go stream. Are you going to go stream? Or he's probably gone. Okay, yeah, the wait time just went up again. I don't think Frontline's happening tonight. We're just going to skip it. Let's go back to the short ones that I know we can do this evening. I'll get to the schedule thing that I teased before too. But yeah, this YouTuber that does science stuff, he does 3 or 4 different formats, which I think is really smart. And the reason why I think it's smart is because he's testing the algorithm. I'm 90% sure. He does so many different types of content so that he can see which one has the most traction and then run with that one. I think that's very clever. If you're into content creation, you ought to be considering the same sort of thing. Don't just come at your audience in one sort of angle. Try a few different formats, try a few different lengths, try a different style of delivery if you've got that in you, and see what stuff performs versus what stuff highly underperforms, and take note of any outliers, right? The big thing is you want to pursue the most virality or highest sustained response or whatever, and you really want to avoid anything that's got you that could either get you shadow banned or just like didn't have any interest from the algorithm whatsoever. It doesn't necessarily matter what your fans like. What matters first is what the platform's going to do for you. Somebody recently mentioned on another creator's platform that they tried the Twitch export clip to YouTube tool. So if you didn't know that this exists, you can make clips of people's Twitch streams, funny moment, great highlight, game great moment. And then there's a way that you can send it in vertical format over to a YouTube short. And Twitch will do the processing work, turn it into something, and upload it into your YouTube account for you. And it pops up over on YouTube. If you do it that way, you will get almost no views comparatively to what you're used to getting. Like probably less than 1%. Not kidding. If you take the same clip and you download it from Twitch and then you manually upload it to YouTube, you'll get a lot more views. It's really dumb. It's dumb. It's lame. I hate it. It feels gross. But one of my favorite formats of this particular science-y YouTuber guy that we just found, that we actually let the girls watch, we don't let them watch a lot of online stuff, is he's got a great ASMR vibe. This is why I brought this up, because Stuart reminded me. He, in one of his formats that he does, he gets very quiet. He does a lot of soundscapes with the stuff that he's managing. So if there is a sound involved with what he's showcasing in the video, he wants everybody to hear those sounds very crisp and close. He talks slow and close to the mic, so he's got a nice ASMR sound to his voice. He's smart. The soundscape is fantastic, and there's a little bit of sound track work, but it's like Breath of the Wild, if you've ever played that game. The soundtrack is minimal at best, and it's really just there to give you the feeling that there is sound at all. It's mostly just a little bit of piano work to sort of fill in what would otherwise be dead air. Uh-oh. But yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's got a great sound scene. The video accompanies that very well too. It's a lot of macro shots, very up close work. And so, yeah, cleverly done. I'm not taking these. I haven't had an update on my iPhone take longer than a few minutes, but I do them as they come in. It sounds like that one was done as one big move. I think so. Yeah, I think it was just one big update. I don't want to do main scenario as less than a max level character because I'm still farming my mathematics for the week. We'll go as Astro. Really don't want to tank right now. Yeah, I think, and I don't blame people for doing this, but I think it was maybe they delayed update for a while, but then the new big numbered update had enough good features, or they were losing support in various apps that they really needed, and so they were forced to update to the next big number. Generally, especially with Apple devices, I haven't really owned a lot, but I just understand this to be the rule of thumb. You really don't want to update to anything that's got a .0 at the end of it. So like 18.0, you usually want to wait for 0.0.1 patch or 0.1 patch or whatever before you make the big update, because a bunch of people are going to be basically beta testing the operating system for Apple. Yeah. Yeah, but Oz and I have some scheduling stuff to discuss in these next few weeks. With the tiny being in pre-K, we have a very different cadence for our household. And right when that happened was right about when Oz's mom came to visit us on vacation. So that kind of threw the entire operation of everything that we do in the house up in the air. We couldn't make big plans to our streaming schedule while also entertaining a guest. I don't feel like it would be the right thing to do. We just wanted to focus on having a good time with family. But now that she is heading back to California, we have some conversations to have before I have an official decree to tell any of you. But we've got ideas about how we want to shift streaming. I want to say like going forward, but I don't know if I can say going forward because spring or summer vacation is also happening to our household pretty soon here. And we'll have to figure out how having kids around during the summer and streaming works at the same time. We are a very anti-docs family, at least at this phase of the kids' upbringing. So we're very particular about how we stream and when and what. We're not the family that streams our kiddos. So we have to figure some stuff out. And I really don't want to change my streaming schedule, but sometimes you gotta. The big thing is, every time I switch my streaming schedule, it upends everybody. People who have long since been watching me can't anymore because it interferes with their work schedule or sleep schedule or whatever. New people find me and join me and think, oh, this is the new, or not new, but this is the schedule this person exists on. I just hate making changes. But we may want to. And figure out a strategy for what the heck to do during the summer. Because it's going to be a different schedule than what we've got right now. As both littles will be out and about, roaming around the house, finding stuff to do with all their newfound free time. I don't even know how long summer break is. We should probably figure that out too. Having worked their support, I can confirm the 0.1 update is the one to snag. Oh, yeah. Without using any words, this guy explained what gum acacia is used for in candy. That's pretty clever. That's some good physical storytelling, visual storytelling. It helps chocolate not melt in your hand. I figured I knew it was a texture thing. I just didn't know the particulars of it exactly. Oh, why do we not have... There we go. Is he invincible for a while? Yeah, I didn't think it was a anti-melt. I thought it was more for making things just chewier or thicker of viscosity or something like that. This way, everybody. Good, they figured it out. Alright, where's the next Garuda coming? There you are. Anyway, I wonder if that was part of the ultimate goal of atomic habits, is the idea of breaking things down into small enough detail that they're easy to adopt, easy to digest. It's like taking a vitamin, right? Most every vitamin or pharmaceutical or whatever is done in a way that is easy to swallow. If it's not easy to swallow, what are you doing? And I think creating good habits could work that way too. This isn't the tactic I've used though, but also my own personal anecdote on the matter probably shouldn't weigh in as a source of truth. At least we try not to do it that way on this stream. So I encourage you all, give it a shot. Even if you feel like you're in a happy place where you aren't looking to change something, try something low stakes, because you might be able to help out somebody else too. You might be perfectly happy where you are, but just pick up something new for shiggles, just for the fun of it, and see if you can do things on an incremental level where the change is very slight and subtle. If it works out well for you as a strategy, then you can pass it on to somebody else who's really having a hard time with something of much higher impact, right? Again, not that your own personal anecdote means you've got the answer for everybody's woes either. It's important to note, we could have probably everybody in my entire community try something and agree with the results, and that's still not a big enough sample size to say it's a universal truth. That and the type of community that I've got going on here, you're all a special breed of person too. So to say how we all are is indicative of the greater general population, I don't think that really works. We could all come to a conclusion that works for us in our community, and maybe that's enough. Maybe the fact that we can help each other out in this that we're building, that might be at least a good start. Put some fungus through a 1 month process where he broke it down and let it grow, used vinegar to change it, boiled it multiple times to make it go from acidic to neutral. Interesting. Dried that out, ground it down, and then mixed in the gum acacia. Now it's a super hard material. Interesting. I feel like the gum acacia was a pretty important component of that, but probably the boiling part too. Interesting. I think I remember at least one MMO having like fungal gear. Might have been EverQuest 1. And I think fungal meant regen, which is kind of an interesting concept because, you know, fungus just sort of like pops up everywhere. It's actually an organism that's growing underground across like mycelium and, you know, strands, and usually spread across a much larger amount of surface area than you'd expect. You just can't see it. And then the little parts that pop up, little spores and mushroom caps and stuff that come up out of the ground, like that's really just the end part of the fungus, just the little part that you see where it's trying to spread its wiles out further into the world. So I think it's an interesting allegory towards applying that to regen. But I also think like more modern RPGs are kind of boring with the mapping of the skills that they have. You see a lot of the same concepts happening, and I'd love to see some new ideas in RPGs in general, right? You generally have the Holy Trinity. People have kind of forgotten about support and crowd control classes and just focused on the Trinity. So you have your deeps, your heals, your tanks. And the tanks' abilities are generally self-heals, hit point drains from the enemies, and a bunch of mitigations and drains, right? It's not a whole lot more besides those. Your DPS, it's just, you know, a matter of single or multiple target, whether it happens all at once or over time or whatever. Sometimes you can plant stuff on the ground as like a trap, usually more in the rogue side of things, or hunter. And then your heals is like one of three. You either have your shield heal, your heal over time, or your reactive heal. I mean, obviously you have direct heals too, but out of the flavored types of heals. I don't see a lot of reactive healing happening in a lot of games anymore, but some games had entire classes built off of it. EverQuest 2 did. In Final Fantasy, I think the only reactive heal I can think of is Scholar, and you only have one. I think that's Excogitation. Besides that, it's really not featured in this game. But then, Toady, Welcome back. You've been so quiet. I'm gonna take a drink of water, even though you did save the game, because I can't save this game. But thanks for saying hi. What I'd like to see, one, is just new ways to address, you know, damage and heals and tanking, all that sort of stuff. But the other thing I'd like to see is like more interesting ways to skin that kind of stuff. How do you make that stuff cool? I think fungal gear was the reason why I brought it up. Is it's kind of a cool way to think about regen. Is what if you had this like nasty fungus growing all over your gear and it turned into something that like feeds into your body. Okay, you get both of those, you get that. We're all gonna take some good damage right now. It's fine, I put a regen on everyone. I wouldn't have done, or would have done self-care, but you know redemption limits. Oh, gotcha. Are the redemption limits already capped for the stream, or just from you? I know I've set 2 different redemption caps, and I can tell you why I set both of them, because it's the same reason for both. Oh, there it is. Stuart's got one, so it's not, they're not done for the night. Thank you, Stuart. Oof. Okay. After this stack, which is gonna hurt. Oh, it didn't hurt. Only 2 of us were stacked, and it didn't hurt nearly as much as I thought it would. Two per person. That's for an entire stream. I think I have max self-care redemptions too. Like, not just per person, but for a stream day, for a given day. The reason why I set them is all because of Simbatha. There was one night where they raided in, and everybody in the raid redeemed self-care. And so, in fact, I think back then, maybe I didn't even have triple self-care. No, maybe I did. But I definitely had hydration. And so, they all redeemed a hydration check. And this is partly my fault, too, for allowing this. But I did all the hydration checks. I basically took a guess as to how much hydration happened, and I drank that much water, and I almost drowned myself on stream. So I guess really I don't blame Simbatha. They just came into troll. I blame me for actually holding myself accountable. Does anybody else get a very Metroid vibe off of this particular track? I feel like this song is very Metroid sounding. So now there's crazy limits on self-care. Because I'm too serious about it. Can't take a joke. I never played Metroid, so I would know. You've never played Metroid? Do you like I don't even know what to call the genre of game if you've never played Metroid. They're often called Metroidvania games. But have you played any of the Castlevania games where there's like progress based on different abilities that you unlock as you go through the game? Or any game where your character starts off weak, and then you gain double jump, and you gain wall climb, and you gain forward dash, and you know, all these like little abilities along the way. And the abilities help you get through new areas. You know, like there's a cliff that you get to and you can't get up it. but later on you come back and you've got the grappling hook and it lets you grapple the cliff, and now you can go to a new area. That's the general draw of those sorts of games. You know, it's about exploration and the ability to feel stronger and stronger as you go through the game, and it's not statistics based or levels based like an RPG. It is abilities and items based. There could be an argument for the Zelda games, some of them being somewhat Metroidvania as well. Here was a Metroid Q. Oh, there was a Metroid Q. Yeah. I never played that one. I like Metroidvanias, just never played Metroid or Castlevania. The two that the genre is named after. Oh, okay. Interesting. Wait, what's going on right now? Leap of faith. 10 more seconds. I don't think I'm going to make it. 5, 4, 3. There's no way. I came back just not cognizant that there would be anything I'd be running toward, and yeah, ran out of time. That's fine. Oh, you missed the question. Oh, Q meaning question. I thought, oh, there wasn't a Metroid Q. There was like Metroid M. I think. The question was, did the song in the fight that I was just in, which has already ended, sound like Metroid to anybody else? Normal raids. We'll use this as another leveling up thing. Keep going with Scholar. Now let's move up Sage. I'm bored of Scholar tonight. This will probably be the last thing for the night. Or the last duty anyways. No such luck. 3 duds. That's okay. Do you have, if you've never played a Metroid game or a Castlevania game, then do you have a favorite game in that genre? Just curious. So we're finally up to 40 mil. I still don't know how much the expansion of my home's interior is going to be, but I'm really looking forward to finding out. I'm gonna say Hollow Knight. Yeah, Hollow Knight is definitely in the Metroidvania genre. It's one that I haven't played. Oz is playing it right now. But I'd like to give it a try at some point. It looks really hard and frustrating. It looks both like a Metroidvania and like a platformer Souls-like. So I played one of those that was the same way, Metroidvania and Souls-like. It was one that Stuart got for me, actually, called Death's Gambit. And it was good. I griped a lot, but I also beat it. So, like, you know, I have mixed feelings about my experience in the game. I feel like it is a game worthy of my gripes. I was frustrated a lot of the time, and I feel like I was rightfully frustrated. But being rightfully frustrated and having a good time are not mutually exclusive of each other. Being frustrated and still being able to beat the game and still saying that the game has worth, those aren't mutually exclusive of each other. So would I go back and play it again? Maybe. I mean, I have so many games to play though. Lots of stuff on the games schedule in Envy. So I'm not sure, but it was really a good experience. And people have said I ought to play an actual Souls, Dark Souls game. Why are these so, God, some people just really want to sell materia for cheaper than the market price. Which is fine. If you want to help out newbies or something, I guess you could do it that way. Just wish people wouldn't screw with the market quite so badly. My sister's the Metroid fan, but Super Metroid will always have a special place for me. It's one I enjoyed alongside my Sibs. My first big foray into Metroid was Metroid Prime for the GameCube. I've heard that most people think that Super Metroid was like their first big fave. So it might be interesting to try at some point. Might be interesting. I know I've recently made it a brand sort of direction of mine to play entire franchises of games. But there is something kind of fulfilling about that, even if some of them aren't that great. Like playing through every King's Quest game, every Monkey Island, every Myst, every Mother game. There's a satisfaction in getting through all of them and seeing the way the developers have learned and tried different things over the years, sometimes learned incorrectly. Yeah. It would be interesting to look at the possibility of doing that with Metroid and with Castlevania. Oh, that's very sweet. Someone's giving us advice. Stay away from the taller lightning rods. Make sure the clouds aren't too close and stay away from those. In other words, stay away from things that will hurt you. Sounds about right. I really don't like the term Souls-like because I have no idea what it entails. So my understanding of Souls-like is really just one component, and that is Souls-like games have big epic fights in addition to all the other trash that you would find in a normal game. So you run around and the levels got, you know, average, normal, regular things to fight. But then you also have these bosses. And the bosses are not fair or normal boss fights. I feel like a fair and normal boss fight in most games is one in which they start doing damage to you and damage to the level at large. And where am I going with this? Do damage to you and to the level at large. Oh god, the other healer just died. And in a normal game, you have time to figure it out. The mechanics grow and build while you're fighting. And it feels fair. You don't have to learn everything in the first time you fight it. But maybe if you die the first time, you come back again later and you're doing okay. Not later, you come back, or you just come back a second time. Right. Oh god, what's gonna happen to us? This. Gotcha. In a Souls-like game, instead of teaching you the mechanics by giving you a slap on the wrist, and then you go, okay, wow, I can't do that anymore. That was a bad move, or that was scary, but can't do it like that. All right, so I know better. Next time I see that, I really got to dodge this, or else I'm going to die. Instead of having it work that way, you could just outright die really, really quick, right out the gate. And say, okay, that's, oh jeez, this other healer. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I got you. Oh, then I died. Wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't have the electricity buff, whatever. So yeah, the fights don't teach you with sort of ramping difficulty or by showing you a skill and then you go, okay, that hurt really bad. Next time I will be more cautious. They don't go that route. They just kill you. And so you come back again, you go, okay, I think I learned something about that fight. Cool. I will do better next time. And you come back and you die in a completely different way that is also awful and garbage. Oh god. I just evaporated. And this guy's gonna slow cast res me. I need some love. Did I take a hit from that? I don't think I did. I would have been dead, right? I need some of these. These juicy buffs. Alright, let me get this guy up. I'm not spending any abilities on you though. I'm just gonna heal you like normal. And so yeah, the brutal thing with those Souls-like games is you have to die repeatedly, learning little new strategies and bits and pieces of how to survive. And it doesn't guarantee your success. I think that's the ultimate thing. There's no guarantee on your success. Wait, why am I so hurting and I can't heal myself? Do I have a heal me up debuff or something? I must. Oh god, there goes our tank. Okay, why are we hurting quite this bad? What on earth? What is static condensation doing? Oh, I have excess. I got it. I'm touching too many of the electric thingies. Well, that guy's dead. We should be really close to a limit break here. I see your chat. I just gotta try to focus face here for a second because we are not doing very good. Let's get this limit break off. There it is. Everybody's alive. Half of us died. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. We'll probably still survive this, but wow, that was crazy. Wow, I cannot believe we survived that. That was pretty awful. Somebody said, thanks for the excessive call, or sorry for the excessive call outs and generally being kind of an ass. It's all right. I only take issue with it because as far as I'm aware, the main or only defining features of a Soul game is difficulty. Yeah, I hope my pontification was clear as I was trying, like, also not to die right there. I don't think it's that it's a hard game. I think that most games' design work for the boss fights are either you step into the fight and you see some sort of complex pattern and you can either dodge it at the beginning or you get hurt by it pretty bad, maybe even die. But you come back in a second time and you sort of know what to expect and you can work your way around what you know. That's fine. Or the boss fight starts off with like low skill attacks on you and then builds cumulatively harder attacks or more complex. Like it'll do a jab and then it'll do later on it'll do like a jab plus an uppercut or you know, a dash and then a dash with an exploding trail after it sort of thing. You know, you build up and things don't feel too terribly unfair. Or they are unfair, but then after a second time or a third time, you've learned the pattern. Then it's just a matter of you got to repeat the pattern really, really tightly. You got to kind of know what you're doing. And if you're very cautious about how you move, that's not too big of a deal. You just have to be very mindful. Souls-like games bosses aren't like that, right? They are brutal. They will completely demolish you. And you can start again and say, okay, I've seen sort of what I have to do here. I know you have to dodge and then you have to go this way and it's better if you're up on this platform. You can kind of know all that stuff and you pop in like third or fourth life and you just step into the fight and the thing just like one-shots you. And you die. That to me is a Souls-like. Even with the stuff you know, the game can really just demolish you. I don't think that's difficulty anymore. That's like a specific, they're pushing a certain type of game direction on you. They want you to feel a sense of confusion and loss and unfairness all the time. And then when you win, it feels like you really surmounted significant odds. You did crazy good to beat them. Is that everything that we needed? Guess we didn't do guild hests or level cap. We could probably do level cap. Yeah, that's fine. And I think that's exclusive to bosses too, right? Like the trash can sometimes be really unfair. Something can swoop in and just kill you, but that doesn't necessarily make it a Souls-like. A lot of old games, especially old Nintendo games, were like that. You'd be trying to do platforming and like a bat or a bird would fly in and it would touch you while you're in midair. And in a lot of these games, they were hard-coded so that if you took damage, you like fell. You got pushed backwards a little bit, and if you're in a platform, you get pushed backwards a little bit in midair, in the middle of a jump. You just die. So that feels unfair, but nobody ever called those Souls-likes. Never tanked this before, so sorry in advance. I will say no worries, you have a good healer. I hope I can back up what I said. Watch, I just let them die miserable, terrible deaths. That would be funny. I did forget I still never fixed my hotkeys issue though. So I'm going to be doing a bunch of clicking on buttons that I normally don't have to click. That part sucks. And I like this character, or this tank looks like they actually used the name generator in this game. Their name's Diane Himmelminowin. Maybe they chose that name. It's hard to say. Oh god, that's a lot of everything on the screen all at once. Plant watering time. Enjoy. I hope your plants enjoy. The name does sound hard to say. Yeah. It seems like a name that's made up, but at the same time, it also has a prosody to it once I said it out loud. Himmelminowin. Like, it actually has prosody, and it's all the same vowel. Maybe it's not generated. I feel like while Souls games are popular, and I sort of understand the concept behind their popularity, I do also feel like the concept is a little rude. But I feel like some people want rudeness in a game. Like, short of being rude, can also get old quick. It's why some people like playing randomizers, and just trying different things out in the game. It can be boring to be good at games, and so sometimes the answer to did I touch one? Oh, I didn't. Oof. I saw a poof of cloud of something. It looked like it landed right on me, but maybe it didn't. When you're really good at games and you want a really nice challenge, I understand how the Souls games could be that for you. But I also generally feel like the way that they tackle difficulty is not fair. Uh-oh. Oh, not great. Oh, good. I have all these extra, like, heals set up. Just in case I got a cat head thing going on. And I did. I did get one of those. Could we not? No, don't want a cat head again. No, say no to cat heads. Oof. Oof. What I really want is to make sure everybody is safe in case I get cat-headed again. There's so many of them all over the screen. I don't remember this fight lasting this long. That's part of it. And now I can't heal. I really need that AoE to go off. Good, it did. Alright, where were we? As I was trying to press my oh shit button, remembering that I can't press my oh shit button. It's got to be a click. Yeah, that was needlessly hard. I feel like our tank is not the only newbie to this. These high level dungeons look stressful. That fight is not bad. If the DPS are doing their job, it is short. We got very deep into that fight as the first fight of this dungeon. I've never seen the fight last that long, if that makes sense. And unfortunately, I feel like that's one of the things that you don't really see in this game is you don't see very much when the DPS are sort of to blame. If you have a bad tank, it's really imminent. If you have a bad healer, you're dead. You're just dead. That's it. There is no bad healer but making it through the game. But if you have bad DPS, the tanks can survive, especially in this meta. Since Dawn Trail, the tanks just live and live and live, and that's okay. The healers can mostly keep their mana going forever. It's not too crazy, not too hard. You just have to be mindful. And you can float bad DPS for a very long time. And so it feels a little bit insidious, like DPS can get away with being bad and not feel like they're bad because no one's dying and you're progressing through the dungeon and everything was okay. But I noticed the tempo difference between when you have a good pair of DPS in your team, especially in 4-man, because it's more blaringly obvious. I know how fast the fights normally feel, and when they don't feel fast, when they feel like they drag a really, really long time. And part of what makes fights drag on too is not just if a DPS is slow, but if they're also bad at mechanics. If they're bad at mechanics, your healer isn't going to be healing. Or sorry, your healer isn't going to be doing damage. They're going to be busy healing. Ooh, I actually paid attention this time on this fight. This one can be hard to catch all of the stuff going on the screen and feel like you know what's happening. Okay, these are direct opposites from each other, so as long as you watch the one cup, you only need to watch one cup, then you know where the other cup is and you know where is safe to stand, like here. Here is safe. I could have rescued the tank, but we're fine. They can get a couple stacks of vulnerability. Oh, here comes the juice. How far does the juice pour out? Uh-oh. Far enough that I'm in it. Oh, good. More ghosties? More ghosties. This time there's an inner and an outer. So pay attention to the outer. We should be... Oh, we were not safe. Damn it. I was like, this should be fun. This feels like a great place to stand, right? I only have one stack of foam. Yep, this one again is taking longer than normal. I don't think necessarily because I'm doing a lot of healing. It's more the DPS tempo they're pacing. I'm starting to feel like a stereotypical old person, too damn tired for 6 p.m. I get tired around 6 p.m. too. There are certain times where I feel like the day lulls. I mean, right now it's 4 a.m., but I also took like part of my sleep already, so hard to say what what normal sleep is for me versus other people. I have a really weird mechanic with my sleep. Oh yeah, no. One of those was going to hit us no matter what. But I have natural periods of the day where I get more tired. I think one has always been like that 2 p.m. time. It's usually sort of the warmest out, no matter what time of year, and no matter where I've lived. And it's just sunny and warm, and there isn't a lot interesting going on at that time of day for most people. So to me, I get tired then, and then I get another sort of lull, maybe around like 6 to 7-ish. But I'm not a big napper. Thank you, Resh. I have only taken to napping since we started having kids. Then it's become sort of a not moral, it's become an imperative that I get some sort of napping. It's partly their fault, but it's also partly mine because I've been so much more grind mindset as well. It just makes it harder for me to have proper sleep at any point because I'm so busy trying to do big things with my life. Which I should have done, 20 years ago, but I didn't have the ambition 20 years ago. I have the ambition now. Now that I'm busy with other stuff, and kiddos take up a significant portion of my resources and time, and I'm not deprioritizing them for anything. I'm certainly not putting work before my kids. That's one. It's a bad way to raise kids, in my opinion, to show them that you value your work over your family. Unless your work is like your life's passion, in which case I guess I could kind of understand it. And the other part of it being what was the other part of it? I don't want to prioritize work over them, and I don't want to deprioritize them or teach them that that's how adults are. That's basically my point. Oh, that one's gonna hit me. Yep, it did. That one I dodged. I do know this game a little bit. Them's with thirsty plants. Good thing they have you. Diane's in trouble. Nobody explained this fight to them. That's okay. We'll make it through. Ward against spirits. Can't be a spirit anymore. Diane, you can't be a spirit anymore. Read the text on the screen. Oh yeah, Diane did. That one still hit. Rude. Ward against the living. Time to not be living anymore. Oh. Right when I thought, well, Diane figured it out, so that's fine. Then it wasn't fine. Hey, Diane's learning. I usually don't say the names of people so much. Why do I feel so, why do I feel the need to say this tank's name? Sleep is hard. I only managed via hibernation. Interesting. I'm, you know, in healthier and other parts of other phases of my life, I've had very healthy sleep habits. Maybe too healthy. Because I used to prioritize getting something close to 8 to 10 hours of sleep a night. Really, really enjoyed my sleep. And yeah, ever since kiddos, that has not been the case. Ever since Big Ambition, I can't blame them. There's so many things I want to accomplish. Don't know how to do it. But I want to. And the one way that I can think of, at least in this phase of my life, is to not sleep and use as much of my time that I can be awake to further my interests, further my cause. Yeah. Hey, 2-player columns. Oh, Wondrous Tales. We could be doing that. That's not a bad idea. Let's go to Dravania. Yeah, I would get 8 to 10 hours a day, sometimes even take a nap in the afternoon. Especially on weekends, I was big on getting up early and then getting a nap in. I don't know why. A lot of my friends would not do early mornings, but I enjoyed waking up early and then still getting the same amount of like sleep in time as other people did, but like later. Sometimes on Saturdays, I would get a nap even in like the mid-morning as opposed to the afternoon. Don't know why. And nothing was ever set in stone. That was something I cared very much about and still do to some degree, is not letting myself fall into a routine. And I think as a result of it, I'm not as well disciplined as other people because I've never learned routine as well. And so I don't accomplish things fast or with a lot of determination. I fall out of things a lot. So that's the downside. The upside, there is an upside for me doing it. And that's that I'm highly adaptive. When things go wrong, when there's complications or frustrations, or you know, somebody's like, oh, hey, I'm so sorry. I was like a total monkey wrench in this. Like I screwed up and now there's this huge like problem, or we have to completely reroute, change, or cancel something. I roll the punches really easily. Need to sleep super late? That's fine. Need to eat at a completely different hour? No worries. I'm not shaking or hangry or anything like that. I can do anything on any schedule and adapt to any circumstance almost all the time, unless I get sick. But at any other point, I think I'm so better for that. I don't know. I still kind of wish I had more discipline. I wish I could have both, is be highly adaptive and have learned a disciplined regimented life. It'd be nice to somehow manage both. Yeah. I need better habits. Maybe I should read that book. Well, I think the concepts that we just talked about tonight were pretty good and useful. The idea that you don't make any change dramatic and large and all at once. You try to break it into the smallest pieces you can so that they're easy to digest. You change your environment so that it encourages your patterns. You make sure that you line up rewards for particularly hard tasks so that when you accomplish them, you then get to give yourself a treat as a thank you for doing the hard thing. So long as the treat's not deleterious. Maybe if your objective is like, I want to lose weight, I'll eat these vegetables and then I get this ice cream. It's like, well, if you do that every time you eat vegetables, you get ice cream. I feel like you could, that could ruin your, what you're going for. Can you do an extreme, can you do Jade Stoa Extreme at level 100? I wonder. And I don't think any of these are a try this and you'll see success guaranteed method. We're all wired a little bit differently, and so the paths to success are going to be a little different for each of us, right? All right, do I have all my gear on? Good. Let's try Jade Stoa Extreme. That's a trial, right? Which one was not Shadow? Is it Stormblood? This should be fine. Level 70 as a level 100, unless there's a kill point. Oh, no, I didn't want to actually queue up for it. Ew. That was not my point. I wanted to unrestricted party that. Oh, it went away. There it is. I never read that book because it was a book about breaking bad habits I got as a gift from somebody who was nothing but passive aggressive ever since I met them. Ew. There's something to that. I've never done this apparently. Quell your fury if you insist. We'll see if I can one-man this. Or one female Dusk White this. Well, hello, buddy. Yeah, I've definitely received help from bad sources, and it does sour things. Unfortunately. All right. YOLO, I guess. Oh, I still never fixed my hockey problem. Why can't I no mind that? Or why do I keep no minding that, I guess I mean to say. I don't know why so many things broke tonight. My audio broke, my Final Fantasy scene in vertical streaming broke. Oh, that's a stack. Oh, am I screwed? No, that did almost no damage. Oh, it's gonna happen again. Bed comfy, so I'm gonna go crash. That sounds great. I think in another half hour, me too. Thanks for being here, Toady. What are you gonna do to me? What can you do to me? Actually, maybe a lot, so I have to be mindful. Not to be complacent. Am I touching these? Whoops, I touched a bubble. Don't touch the bubbles. We don't want vuln stacks. Oh, what's that gonna do? Oh, it's a kitty. Oh, I have 2 vuln stacks now? How'd I get 2? I asked for 2 vuln stacks. I hope this isn't a big DPS check. Because I can only do so much as just me. Get rid of that kitty. Did we get rid of the kitty? Wait, why is the kitty unkillable? I didn't ask for this. What's Roar of Thunder and why can't I pass this part of the level unscathed? Oh, you get health back? Rude. For a half second when I couldn't move, I thought I was dead. Turns out I'm okay. For a brief moment, I thought there was a, if you don't pass this, you just die sort of thing. But we're still okay. We're just moving on to this phase, which is fine. All right, buddy. Does this look different? It looks darker, or is it the same? Might just be the same. Can you lose at this part? I know you can take damage, but I wonder if could you actually die here if you're not good at this? Oh, these are coming for me. It looks scarier than it is. I feel like there's really not as much of a threat as you might expect. You just have to actually move. You don't just want to sit in the middle of things. But really, this is more just like for fun. It's like a theme park ride, this part of the fight. Alright, love to be able to move, please. There we can move. Do you get to do a big ol' attack on the whole level? Go for it. That was cute. Alright. Now time to see if this guy actually has kill the whole level abilities or not. If it doesn't, we're probably okay. I'd love to be able to get close to you. Or you'll just hold me and then I can't take damage at all. That's kind of interesting. Alright, this is the one where you take much more damage. So if I die here... I'm alright. It doesn't hurt. Oh, it does kind of hurt. Okay. Hang on, let me make sure I can't take too much damage from you. I think this combo here gives me health back. As long as I'm mindful about this. I am stronger than you had hoped, aren't I? What's the red on me right now? Uh-oh, took another roll and stack. It's not too bad. This would have been fun to do at level. I really don't do a lot of extreme stuff in this game now. Achievement unlocked. Excellent. I was watching another YouTuber, somebody who came up pretty quickly in the last 2 years, talk about getting big enough to pay your bills in a short amount of time often requires something that is almost impossible to do in this current economy. But is also just in general pretty hard for almost anybody to accomplish. But I thought it was an interesting take, and maybe the answer for a lot of people who feel like they are stuck and don't quite know how they would proceed as a content creator. And I don't mean to make this sound like if you can't do this, it's impossible then. But just there is a bar that if you could meet this, maybe it would be pretty easy or easier. And that is, he said, if you can get yourself like, I think he said something like 8 months of savings, or maybe that's just what he did. That's not like prescriptive amount of months, but he did like 8 months of savings, and then in that 8-month time he went full content creator the whole 8 months, didn't do anything else. He treated it like a full-time job, and everything else was just went normally at pace. You know, he didn't do any extra things. He wasn't like buying a lot of infrastructure. He really was just working a full-time job like he was before, but instead of working for somebody else, he was just working for himself, and he wasn't earning any money. Jeez. Okay, that one was a lot easier. I already have the one thing that I got from him. Whoops. The part where that gets tricky is I don't know very many people who are able to find their way to 8 months worth of living expenses and hold on to that for savings, just to make a big bold move in their life. Minstrel's Ballad, Thornton's Reign. It's a big leap of faith. If you're okay with taking big risk, and you know that at the end of that, if things were really going badly for you, you can go, you know what? I've still got plan B, or I can still move back in with my parents, or my job will take me back. Whatever it happens to be, if you got something else going for you, where you know it's going to be okay, then I also feel like it has to be a passion point. Like, you have to want to be a content creator, not that you have to want an easy job. Well, I just want to play games at home. That might not be the answer. It might have to be something more complex and endemic to your core than I want the easy job. Otherwise, you get a lot of people with burnout, right? 8 months is nothing to sneeze at. No. It's hard, I think, no matter where you live, Because either, uh-oh, I touched the big goo on the side. Oh, it didn't really hurt. Either you live in a place where you can earn a lot of money at your day job, so your living expenses are okay because you're making good money, but those places where the high earnings usually are almost always cost more to live. So the amount of money you'd have to save up is going to be hefty just to make ends meet in the meantime. Or, oh yeah, I'm getting targeted with everything. All right, buddies. That tickled. Or you live in a place where the living expenses are quite low. They're quite affordable. But in those situations, you often can't earn crazy money there. So getting the savings up might be the real challenge then. Oh god, this is the part where I might actually die if I can't get these all of these comet circles down fast enough. Come on. Oh, I got stunned. No. Get it. Did I get them all? Okay. I wonder if they'd even kill me. Or if maybe they're scripted to be lethal damage no matter what. So you have to get them no matter what. But yeah, I feel like it's a hard amount no matter what. And that's mostly good strategy if you are not in a relationship and are not raising other human beings. Then it becomes way more complex because your risk becomes other people's risk at that point too. Now you're talking about how do I take on significant danger. What did I get? Somebody's got to do it. Paladin. Complete 200 high-level duties as a paladin. I got a... Oh. I have a mount. Neat. I knew there was a paladin mount. I just don't think I'd ever... Or I'd long since forgot. That can be building a habit too, is trying to create a work-life balance for yourself and save and create maybe a new job opportunity. I know plenty of people that the only way they could ever switch careers or do something where they make more money is by work and go to school at the same time. And for that, you need a much more regimented life than the sort that I've led, because you're generally beholden to a work schedule, a school schedule, an after-school schedule, because school almost always gives you some sort of homework on top of everything else. AAC lightweight? Light heavyweight? I feel like there's other stuff I could do instead. I would rather do instead. Alliance raids. Oh, you can't just run those. And Alexander the Creator. I could do one of those. Those are going to be raids. Which one's Alexander the Creator? Oh, just anything that says Creator on it. Just do the first one. Hopefully it's not one that has an instant kill ability. But those kind of, building of habits, that gets really, really high end in difficulty. Like, how do you make it so your sleep works and your diet has to work in order to, you know, support yourself through that incredible change. If you're trying to do all that and save up money, like this 8-month stint in order to become suddenly famous on YouTube, you have to consider how you spend your money wisely in the meantime. Because you can't fritter your money away, but you can't stop all expenditures, right? You can't just say, well, I'm not going to pay for HVAC and food, and I won't take as many showers, so my water bill is later. I'll charge my phone only once a day, and if my phone battery goes out, that's fine. Like, there's so many things that if you try to game it too hard, you might turn into a different person at the end of it. And for some people, if the sort of YouTuber that you're trying to become is a YouTuber personality, what if you mess with your personality very severely because you've lived such an awful life to become famous that now nobody wants to watch you because of the type of person you've let yourself become? I have to be mindful of that too with my lack of sleep. You know, I'm trying to build a community with thoughtful and deep topics and interactions and engagements, and that requires a certain amount of mental acumen. And if I were unable to keep that up, if I frittered my ability to think deeply away because I was so tired, I was just insipid. How could I continue on this way? Asphodelos? Yeah? Okay. These ones are level 90. This might be tricky. This might have been a bad decision. And I also don't remember this fight. Level 90. As a level 100. Maybe I'm okay. The only annoying part is having to click half my skills. I've always liked the word frittered. That and frittata. Nice. Whoops. Not paying attention. This guy does side attacks. Oh, I see. He's swinging. He won't tell you which side he's going to hit, but you can see his swinging arm. That gives you an indication of where he's going to go with his attack. So this guy does not take fast damage as a level 90 fight. That might be my undoing. Oh, okay. It's like that, is it? I'm going to take that damage no matter what. And a stack. How dare you? Oh, that actually quite hurt. Okay, the stack's bad. But I know how to dodge most of the things that are dodgeable. I don't have a lot for this one. Oh, that's okay. The tank buster actually was not... That just kind of tickled a little bit. It was the stack that really hurt. I have a loose acquaintance, one of the elders of the internet, actually, nicknamed Fritters. What do we do? How do we not completely die to this mechanic? Overwhelmed by? I guess we just have to flip standards. Like if we have one debuff, we can't stand in the other, or we have to stand in the other spell, or we'll take too much damage. Perhaps. We're doing okay. This is just going to be... I feel like this is going to be just a bit of a slog. This might take the last of the stream, actually. Because this guy's health just doesn't drop as fast as I would like. Hopefully it doesn't have like... Do enemies in Final Fantasy have enrage timers much? There's green and red. I can only imagine I'm supposed to be stepping in green. I got hurt by stepping in green. Oh, his fires tell you what he's gonna cast. I getcha. Well, that's fine. Just like a big old dartboard. I will lock you away. I don't want to be locked away. Not by you, anyway. Okay, now he's just mixing mechanics. That's fine. I'm very comfortable with that. Chains to bind me. Must we? Oh, this is the big one. Okay. Can I use 3 different cooldowns on this one? Alright. That was better. Because I knew to mitigate it, and I did, I don't think I lost nearly as much health as last time. I'd still have to have all those mitigators up, though. And I was lucky that I did have 3 different mitigators. Fritter's website was called the Los Angeles Mental Relaxorium or something like that. It was meant to sound like an old school mental asylum. And everything on their site was kind of... What's the word I'm looking for? Fire, ice, fire. We probably need to stand here. Zany. She was a zany sort of person. One of my first favorite people on the internet. As far back as I remember internet stuff anyways. Your tricks can't fool me. God, we really only have him a quarter of the way down though. That part is kind of brutal. Are we gonna see this whole cycle that we just saw over again and again and again? Let's defend against that. It's a tank buster, not a big deal. I wonder if I should wait to do this part until the stacking mechanic. No, because I feel like this combo does good damage, though. Yeah, I feel like we've seen everything there is to see about him, and we're only 25% in. So, that's unfortunate. Because I feel like we're going to be hanging out with him for a long time. Well, we'll just keep chugging away at him, I guess. Now I know I probably won't do this though again. Not solo, or I'll just prioritize other wondrous tales instead of this one. Anything that's level 90. I feel like can I do this solo? Yeah, the meta for tanks right now is so overpowered. I could probably hop in almost anything level 90 and not break a sweat. I broke a little bit of a sweat when I saw my health drop fast, but it wasn't too dangerous. I just had to be mindful of what I was doing. And this wasn't the first place where we saw that happen. Okay, ice, fire, ice. We can do a leftward movement here. Moving on. I do wonder if these are instant kill or not. I don't really want to mess the mechanic up. I just want to get through this. But curious. I also see your AoE there, buddy. Oh, you're not my favorite choice tonight, Eric Thonios, but here we are. In each other's company for the foreseeable future while I try to get your health bar down. I've made worse choices that have lasted longer than this engagement. We'll just put it that way. I have been making some changes in my own life in 2025. Some of them I've already mentioned on stream in previous streams, and some I don't like to mention, as I feel like there are some things that, because of the internet, we feel an urge or a push to think we have to share certain parts of ourselves. We have to say these things. Oh god, this is the big one. We did not save up for this. Nah, we did all right. I still had like 3 defensive cooldowns to pop on this guy. So why does he disappear? I notice sometimes he just phases out of existence and then comes back in again. But I'm not sure what he's doing or what it does to the, I don't know, to me. I'm not like losing targeting on him or anything. Which one was slam shut? Oh, that just changes the level back again. Okay, we need fire, ice, fire. Gotta wait for those crystals to actually go off too. I felt like, oh, I just want to move. And then I'd mess up the order. You gotta wait until everything's actually cast. He just takes his sweet time casting that spell. Yeah, there's like a social pressure to share, especially as a content creator, share like everything about yourself and keep everybody up with all of your life changes, like even as you're deciding to make them. Like, all right, guys, I think for the next like 5 months, I'm gonna do this thing with my diet or my exercise or whatever. But why I don't like that is there's a risk of failure we take on with every new task. And normally we're only held accountable to ourselves. If we fall short of that goal that we've set, it's disappointing, but it's disappointing in a way that you say, well, I'm going to pick up and try again. Or, I didn't like that very much. You know, I gave it a shot and I don't think I'll be going in that direction again. It just wasn't a good fit for me. You kind of make those decisions on your own. You're not really accountable to anybody else. But the moment you make a goal very specifically about sharing with everyone else, that becomes everybody's goal for you then too. If you make that goal, fine, that's great. You know, you did it. You probably made everybody happy that you did it. If you miss the goal and you say, well, I want to get right back at it again, people are happy to hear that too, right? Like, yeah, don't give up. You know, you got this. Self-confidence and determination and make it through anything mindset. Am I in the right spot? I no-minded for half a second because this is just taking so freaking long. I will not do this again. But in the scenario, and this is, you know, bound to happen, the scenario in which you tried something, you decided it really wasn't a good fit for you, you don't want to do it, or you're not ready yet, you're gonna backslide, and you're coming to peace with that, because sometimes backsliding happens to all of us, and you got to give yourself some grace, or don't, you know, be mad at yourself. But it feels so much worse when everybody else has also got their eyes on you, and you've let them all down, and they're all thinking a certain thing about you now because they all know. They all know you're giving up. They all know you're letting yourself off the hook. You're sliding back into a bad habit or behavior. Those kind of stories never sit well. Some people will like actually work through it with you, and maybe they'll just what's the word I'm looking for? Not encourage you, but be there for you. You know, like, yeah, it sucks. I'm not going to push you to do this again, but hey, if you need any other help or support or whatever you decide is best, you know, listen to yourself, know your own path, sort of thing. I don't know. Some people are like that, but I think the vast majority of people would probably want something better out of the person that committed to a certain life stretch, certain life change. And I personally feel like I'd be letting those people down. I don't know if I want that pressure. Easy. So for me, my strategy is I've adopted some changes this year. I'm not going to tell anybody. Oh, I feel like I do much better on that stack now. I just use like 3 or 4 cooldowns. Very specific choice of what I use. And as long as they're up, and as long as I use them in time, I'm fine. But yeah, and I don't want to close out any part of my life to you guys, as long as it's safe to do so for my family. But what I think I'd like to do is, as a policy, really focus on talking about things that are either finished or are they're beyond going back. You know, like we've set this new side business in motion or whatever. It's not necessarily a thing that you complete, but it is a thing that once you've started, you've started it. And you don't just randomly back out of a business. I don't think I have business ventures that are secret. But for my own personal like health and wellness and strategies and infrastructure sort of planning, some of that stuff lives on Envy, but a lot of it is just stuff you will hear about when it's ready. Then I can just say, hey, for the past year, the past 8 months, I've been doing this thing, and now it's ready to unveil, as opposed to hyping up something that never comes to fruition. There's that part of it too. If you're a creator, I feel like there's also always like stuff on the horizon you can talk about and share. I have this this game I'm working on, or this collab that I'm doing, or I'm building something in my off time, and I can't wait to show you guys. If you talk like that and then that stuff falls apart, oh, it really sucks. It's devastating. Not just for the community, but for the person, the creator, who is really hyped to try to get that stuff out, right? I would feel, anyways, devastated. If I had something I really wanted to share with you guys, and I told you it's coming out in like 3 months, and I'm so excited to share this with you. Oh, I didn't do any mitigation there. I'm okay, but I forgot to do the mitigation. Well, I'm not going to heal myself. I'm actually going to see how well the Imperator combo does as far as heals go. Trying to see where we go from there. But yeah, big projects and stuff. I would never want to let everybody down. I'd be like, yeah, hey, I know I said it was going to play out this way. It's absolutely not going to. We didn't meet our goals. We didn't meet a deadline. Didn't meet funding. Whatever it happens to be. I really don't want to let people down in that way. So I'd rather keep things close to the chest. And then if something doesn't pan out, you didn't hear it anyway. You had no idea what's failed and what's not, because I never shared it with you in the first place. God, we're down sub 10%, and I feel like I still have so long to go because of how slow everything actually, how slow this guy takes damage from a tank. I don't think I could do this as anybody else but a tank, though. And the answer was, I got back almost half my health from that Imperator combo. So I really don't necessarily need to be healing myself if I miss one of the stacks. You know what they say in business, under promise, over deliver, right? My next big life change will be rejoining the workforce whenever that happens. That's a big life change. I don't want you to touch me with your stuff. 2.7, 2.5%. Yeah, this has been a real slog. Well, I think I will remember this fight from here on out, though. I believe, after seeing this many iterations of a very short pattern, realistically, that I will remember this guy for some time. I hope I don't come back to this fight for some time, though. It's also one that I'm well over now that we sat here for as long as we did. Thank you. Oof. 21 minutes in that one fight. All right. Well, that happened. That was a thing that I chose and will never choose again. But it got me my Wondrous Tales seal, of which I'm now at the maximum amount of seals to use second chance. I don't have any... Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I want to do shuffle. I don't have any lines. I'm going to try shuffling my little stickers and see if I can get a line. No chance there. There, we got a line. Okay. As long as we get one line. I could do the last two some other day. And be in good shape. All right. Calling it a night. I love your faces. Thanks so much for your tips, tricks, books, suggestions. Hopefully it'll help me out in my future planning to try to make better habits for my own life, including a better sleep schedule at some point in the near future. And I hope you all gained something of use out of this too, or at least just the mental exercise of considering things at a deeper level and contemplating what optimal life might look like, even if you don't embark down that path, because you're not in a place where you want to make changes right now. What we are going to do, if you're on Trovo, Kick, and YouTube, we're saying goodnight to you right now. We'll go ahead and find somebody to raid out to on Twitch, and then go to raid and run, because we're a little bit over on time, and I could use just a little bit more sleep. Also, we're missing that extra grandma support, so all the more reason why I need extra sleep before the whole morning routine starts. All right, for everybody else who's leaving right now, if you are safe, fed, and loved, switch scenes there. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll see you all in the next one. Saturday, we'll be going back to Mist Uru again with the streamer Vaz. Did I hear you want to play a match of rivals? Not tonight. Bye. I mean, you're staying here because you